on Jean Francisca in Willemstad, Curaçao. It is our continuing coverage of the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. We've got a good one here, League C, Group G, as St. Lucia takes on French Guiana. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to have you with us. 85 degrees, relatively low winds, at least compared to other games we've had at the tournament so far. And of course, as we've hoped throughout the entire tournament, we do hope that the rains do hold off for us. Here's how we look going into the final match day in Group G. Martinique, who play later, have the inside track on winning the group and advancing to the League C semifinals. Remember, only the group winners go through. So this game in particular is very important for St. Lucia and for French Guiana. Both are sitting on 3 points. Both have had a victory already in this group stage. Both have to win this game to have any chance of snatching that top spot in the group. Of course, Martinique will play later on today. They play Grenada, who are at the bottom of the group and cannot progress onto the semifinals. The only way that one of these two teams can stay alive is with 3 points. It'll add certainly some drama to this final group stage game. Both teams will have to look for the win, and then, of course, have to score a few goals potentially as well. Remember, goal differential is the first tiebreaker after points. So if you're finishing level on 6 points with Martinique, that's the best case scenario for French Guiana or St. Lucia, you would potentially have to make up a few goals along the way as well. So we will keep an eye on some of those scenarios as these games play out. St. Lucia got up to a very good start a couple of days ago. They won by 1-0 here against Grenada, but in their second game yesterday, a tightly contested game against Martinique, they lost by 2-1. French Guiana got off to a tough start a couple of days ago. They lost to Martinique 3-0. Again, that's how Martinique, with their 2 wins, was able to push towards the top of the table. But give French Guiana a ton of credit yesterday for bouncing back from that and winning by 5-1 against Grenada and giving themselves not just a victory that keeps them alive coming into today, but it also drastically improved their goal differential as well. It went from -3 to +1. That's a big, big deal and keeps them right in the thick of the chase for that top spot in the group. And again, the winner today will hope to win by a few goals or hope that Grenada win by a few goals. A combination of the two would certainly help in one of these two teams pipping Martinique to that top spot and potentially, again, progressing to a League C semifinal. Seen really good things, I should say, from all the teams in this group in particular here in Group G. It's been very, very tightly contested for almost every game in this group, and you look at some of the quality and certainly the goal-scoring acumen, everyone has pretty much brought that to the table in this group as well. We talk about chance creation and being able to finish off your chances at these kind of tournaments, these major tournaments where your country is being represented here. And these are teams that have been able to show that they have that attacking prowess. We will see if it can be on full display when the pressure is at its highest at the end of a group phase, with still a potential chance of winning the group and progressing to the next round on the line. The two sets of teams are about to make their way out onto the playing surface here in Curaçao. There they are. So we will step aside for the playing of both countries' national anthems. Afterwards, we'll come back. We'll have the lineups and the kickoff between St. Lucia and French Guiana. Well, as always, a lovely rendition of both countries' national anthems as we are closing in on kickoff here at the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship. Alongside our entire crew, Sean St. Jacques, happy to be with you here as we are in the final match day of Group G in League C. Only one of the 4 teams can go through. Martinique have the inside track. We'll have them here later on. But first, the business of St. Lucia and French Guiana. Francis Lastic has the starting 11 for St. Lucia, and they are captained by the midfielder Kai Russell. He's had a good tournament to this point. Randall Monroe helps to lead the attack. Shaquille Martelli is off to his left. And the likes of Eustace Blackstock, Mikel Mitchell, also in important positions in the middle of the park. And you look back to that defensive line as well, with Javante Toussaint in goal for St. Lucia. Jonathan Hughes of the Cayman Islands, he's our head official. Aruba, Suriname, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines also represented amongst our on-field officiating crew. And of course, it's also a good time to remind you that their decisions are final. There is no VAR for these games. On the other side of things, for French Guiana, Arnaud Clotzlen has this starting 11. Tyrese Panel is in goal. Jackson Martins captains the side, again, right in the heart of that midfield for French Guiana. And then immediately, you look towards that top group, the likes of Dussault and Edgemans Sausu as well. Some players to look out for in the attack that could potentially make an impact, and who knows, could score the goals to potentially get a team through to the next round. St. Lucia are in their dark yellows with the white numerals and the black shorts. French Guiana are in their green kits from head to toe. Looks like St. Lucia will be kicking us off, and they will be going from left to right here in Curacao. Here are some of the French Guiana kits. They have the white numerals on the shorts and on the shirts. And again, it's a game that has a lot of jeopardy around it. Both teams have to win, and preferably have to win by a few goals if they are to have a chance of catching Martinique at the top of the table. Now it's the start of a big doubleheader here in Group G with plenty at stake for all the teams involved. Off we go from Curacao at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. League C, Group G action here in Curacao. And we are very, very excited indeed to see how it is all going to play out. A win each for both of these teams, a loss each as well along the way to get to this final group stage game for these two countries. Only a win keeps them afloat going into the end of the day's action. And again, Martinique against Grenada is the game to follow, and a game that both of these two teams will be keeping an eye on, particularly if one of them wins. That early St. Lucia attack fizzles out. It'll go out for a goal kick to French Guiana. Here comes some St. Lucia pressure inside the 18-yard box, and French Guiana able to play their way out without too much trouble. Oh, good triangular passing here. Everyone where they need to be, as French Guiana do well to get it towards the halfway line on the far side, and they win a throw-in off the ricochet. Should remind you as well, for those maybe just getting into this tournament, first of all, welcome. Second of all, these are 70-minute games, 2 35-minute halves. And of course, at the end of each 35-minute half, of course, that's when we dive into any potential stoppage time as opposed to the normal 45 minutes. Of course, the other scenario we should mention here is that a draw, as French Guiana win a free kick here in a good position. A draw doesn't help either team. A draw actually would put Martinique through without having to win or gain any points, really, from the final game of the group later on today. So, to put any kind of pressure on Martinique, one of these two teams has to win. That's a minimum, and then potentially have to win by a couple of goals to really ramp up the pressure. French Guiana player is still down after that coming together. That led to a foul and a free kick being given. Now the staff attending to the player who is down here as St. Lucia ready themselves for a set-piece opportunity. Looks like the thumbs up has been shown there, so we'll see if the player can get back out onto the pitch. That was Jonas Assensen. And from the free kick, it is headed to the outskirts of the 18. French Guiana forced to retreat for the moment. Abijbola is able to move it back forward, and then there was a bit of an overzealous challenge after Ajibola moved it forward, and it's a foul and a free kick for St. Lucia going the other way. Well, early cross into the middle here. Oh, that was nearly a free header. Goalkeeper committed and didn't get it, but French Guiana are able to sweep it up on the back end at the expense of a throw-in. Tyrese Pennell commits off his line here, but did not get a definitive touch. Credit to the French Guiana defenders for sticking with that. There were still two St. Lucia players looking to pounce inside the penalty area, but the defense just about gets it out of harm's way. A good weaving run forward there. That was Eustace Blackstock, but he was stood up. And it could be a chance for French Guiana to bring this up the other end, but it's a good stop on the counterattack there. Tuku not able to move it forward as far as he would have liked. And then that's a poor challenge from behind there. That's Calebe Ferreira de Silva with the trip, and it's a St. Lucia free kick. Clearly a foul. Cervante Ajimang to take the free kick, maybe put a little too much bend on that. And French Guiana could get a chance to break up the other end here, push forward from Assensen, but I don't think he'll be able to get there. It will be shepherded it out nicely for a goal kick as St. Lucia able to get back defensively and handle the situation. That is another trip. It's a foul. And French Guiana get a free kick just inside the St. Lucia half. Taken quickly. Leoville trying to move it down this near side. Settles for a throw. St. Lucia eventually get it clear. And now they might have a chance to break. That's a lovely run down this far side by Kai Russell. And Russell's cross comes up short in the end. JL Palmont is able to deal with that. But St. Lucia win the ball back high up the field, and again, they are able to handle the situation. Eventually, I think the whistle is gone there to put an end to the sequence. Good tussle down this near side. It rolls out of play, but I think the referee's blown here for a free kick. Or maybe just to confirm the ball went out of play. Either way, it stays with St. Lucia after the ball was put back onto the playing surface. No, Russell tried to juggle it to no avail. Leoville gets dispossessed, tries to win it back alongside one of his teammates in Atuku. He does put it forward. St. Lucia go back to Toussaint, who does give the ball away here, high up the field to Atuku. And Atuku is going to run out of room, but wins a throw-in for French Guiana. A lovely little ball there. Dusu helped along by Cleoval. Sonson comes back to help. Well, St. Lucia having trouble clearing this here on the near side. Martins does well. De Silva keeps the attack moving forward. De Silva again. Steps in at the right time. This is Martins, who tried to unleash his shot. It is deflected. And in the end, Toussaint will pick it up. A lovely ball over the top here. St. Lucia could be in here. Chance for the opening goal. Oh, off the post. How unlucky. Well, that was by far the best chance for either side. The one time in these opening 11 minutes and change that French Guiana were exposed at the back in a real way. But it hits off the frame here, and then up the other end, French Guiana have a corner. Another look. It hits flush off the left upright. But French Guiana motor it up the other end, and they have a corner here for a Tuku to take. Oh, from the corner, ooh, was a missed kick initially. St. Lucia still not definitively clear. Martins gets it back in there, and the shot, ooh, right at Toussaint, who is able to make a rather clean and comfortable catch. Well, chances at either end in these last minutes, if not seconds. Now the look, Martins does really well. Recycles the attack here. The shot from Ferreira de Silva was well hit, it must be said, but it was right at the goalkeeper. Toussaint is not able to keep it going the other way. Oh, lovely little dink over the top here. Again, St. Lucia could be in, but the shot is skied over the top. One or two French Guiana players were looking for an offside flag there. It never came. And the shot from Shaquille Martelli, he's well off the mark in the end. He's sent upfield by Panel. Ooh, dangerous bit of moments there for Cleoville, but he's able to win it back for French Guiana. But he dribbles back into traffic, and this time he is dispossessed. The ball over the top will be touched into the area. French Guiana have to be careful here. They do give it up on the far side. There's still some yellow shirts in and around the 18-yard box, but again, French Guiana win the ball back. They look to break here. Cleoville's ball forward. He's intercepted. And then an early ball played down this near side was hit with a little bit too much power, and it's going to be a goal kick. Oh, that's a long distance attempt. Seen quite a few of those at this tournament. Not many have really come off, let alone been goals. That's going to be a goal kick. A promising move there from French Guiana. The ball was behind its intended target. It will be a throw-in to St. Lucia, as it looks like we will have our first cooling break of the day, as 15 turns into 16 minutes gone here, or 16 minutes I should say. Well, I must say, with just 15 minutes played, it might be a small sample, but it's probably about as even of a game as we've seen, particularly in League C, to this particular point. There have been some rather good contests in this league throughout the groups. This game has been very, very even. Both teams having good chances at either end. The best chance, of course, falling for St. Lucia, who hit the post just a few moments ago. And then there's your live update on the Group G table. Both of these teams need to win this game, so a point would actually eliminate both. In the end, they would stay on 4 points each, and Martinique would be able to stride their way in to the knockout stage if it holds like this. But if one of these two teams were to win, of course, hopefully win by a couple of goals from their point of view, they would put some pressure on Martinique, who play Grenada later on today. And to be fair, Martinique would just need a draw from that game, regardless of what happens here. They would just need a draw, and they would be through. So again, another look at that live table. So we'll see how it plays out. And again, anytime a goal goes in, of course, we'll try our best to update that for you and show you where everything's at. And again, we'll see if the goal differential tiebreaker could come into play as well. Of course, the group winners all go on to the League C semifinals. That's well dealt with by St. Lucia from a defensive point of view. And Assanson sees that go out of play for a goal kick. St. Lucia eventually do throw the ball in here, down the line. Ooh, that's a giveaway by Penel. Cross back into the middle, and Penel commits again here, but does the job this time. Got something on it. More St. Lucia pressure here, high up the field. And eventually Atuku does well to step in, but cannot move it forward. St. Lucia do get a shot away in the end, and Penel makes the stop. Sanson, it's a good take here. Oh, when he tries to thread the needle past the St. Lucia defense, then it's an errant clearance. Ball still being fought for on this near side, and well, French Guiana wanted a foul on this near side, not given by the referee. It allows St. Lucia to clear their lines in the end. Martelli up ahead, looking for Russell. It's out for a throw. Long ball forward here, bit hopeful of a ball. It does pin St. Lucia back, however. Looking at it from a glass half full view there. And they do have to take a throw in deep in their own end, and French Guiana could apply some pressure here by bringing more green shirts forward. Not the worst thing in the world. Mikel Mitchell throws it back into the mix here. Headed right back out for a throw. St. Lucia swarm on this near side to win it back. Early ball forward's going to test the French Guiana defense here, and it's cleared away by Palmont. And it'll be out for a throw-in.
Le 9 va venir dans ta zone, Jaël, le 9 va venir dans ta zone.
Early cross into the middle there, looking for Martelli. St. Lucia try again. Oh, it was the right idea. Little hint of offside in there possibly, but it was a good pass. Just doesn't come off, and it's a goal kick. A lovely take. Martelli initially dribbles into a swarm of green. Here's Blackstock helping it along. Could still be a chance here. Kai Russell trying to move it to the byline. He gets there. Russell, he stood up in the end. St. Lucia were looking for a foul. Don't think there was enough there for that. French Guiana eventually do well to put out that fire. Ooh, that's a swing and a miss. And St. Lucia are in. Oh, big save, Panel. On the follow-up, Martelli couldn't get a shot away, but it rolls out for a corner. Oh, Randall Monroe had a really good chance here. Was able to pounce on the mistake, but give credit to Tyrese Panel in goal. Never gave up on it and makes a huge save to keep it at 0-0. French Guiana not out of the woods yet, however. St. Lucia have this corner. It's a low drive. Be sent back out for a second try, on which that French Guiana are able to get their heads to and then move it upfield. Eventually, as St. Lucia bring it back, they bring it to a halt here. Not for the first challenge, I think for the second one. And that's a French Guiana free kick. Long distance shot from Russell. Boy, that was traveling. Had really nice shape on it as well. Just a little bit too much venom and power. When he struck it, that looked like it was going places, but it does fly off target. Another look, lovely little ball in behind here, and Russell takes it down so well, very smooth. And the shot was not far away. Good take. Just could not test the goalkeeper. Ball will be clipped forward towards the 18-yard box. St. Lucia looking more and more likely as this first half moves along, but French Guiana doing well to hold them off. Maybe a push in there. Referee lets it go. It's good hold-up play by Monroe. This is Kai Russell. Russell forced to retreat to this near side. Ooh, and Russell loses out. And eventually French Guiana win the ball back and send it forward with Martins. But then the attack breaks down. Martins did well in the end there, but could not get the receiving pass on the follow-up. Russell is clipped, free kick. Well, this could easily be put into the penalty area here. Ajimang will hope to pick somebody out. Still got 7 minutes plus stoppage time left as Ajimang tries to gain a few extra yards here. He's told to bring it back. Clips in a pretty good ball, and the goalkeeper does not get there. Handball appeals come in from the St. Lucia players. Referee does not give the penalty. Long distance attempt on the follow-up, misses the target. David Slyman thought to see if he could catch the goalkeeper out who had committed Pinnell, and again did not quite get there. But his shot did not hit the target. I think Pinnell did get back in time, so even if it was on target, he likely saves it. This bounces kindly here for French Guiana. There's numbers arriving here on this near side. Sanson lays it off. Cleoville to the byline. Ooh, was he brought down there? Referee says no, ball still in play. Almost multiple players expecting the referee to make a call there. He did not. It's still controlled here by De Silva. And St. Lucia finally get a chance to bring this up the other end with Russell. Although they're trying not to let Russell go here, and Russell is finally fouled. Free kick in the end for St. Lucia. On the back end here, it wasn't the best of fouls there, was it, from Ferreira de Silva? Still one or two asks of the referee from French Guiana if that was a penalty. Up the other end, he did not give it. The referee didn't feel there was enough contact. And from the free kick for St. Lucia, ooh, it bounces into the penalty area, nearly uncontested initially. Russell's header is cleared away. So a chance for French Guiana to bring this forward on the far side. They're dispossessed. Ooh, and then not the best of challenges on the follow-up there. St. Lucia free kick. There'll be a talking to there from the referee. Challenge came in from Gwezo Atuku. I think was a bit frustrated there. Oh, looks like a change may have been made in the midst of all the hubbub there. Mateo Francois comes on. Suso taken off. Pinnell's punch nearly leads to a French Guiana break up the other end here. And Slyman does well to step in.
French Guiana.
That substitution is now confirmed. St. Lucia bringing up the other end here. Still 3 minutes left in the half, plus stoppages. Oh, when it was one back initially, no foul, says the referee, and French Guiana have numbers going up the other end. Cleoval nearly puts that on a platter in the penalty area, but it's well read by Toussaint. Still time for someone to grab a vital goal here at the end of the half. Remember, a draw would knock both teams out. So both have to go for the win here. Oh, was there a push there? Yes, Kai Russell is the guilty party. And that is going to be a free kick for French Guiana. 2 minutes plus stoppages left in the half. It's going to go down the line, and it is touched out for a corner. From the corner, St. Lucia are able to essentially blow that up. They do have some numbers, St. Lucia, up the other end here. Oh, that was a lovely take to the edge of the area. Was there a foul? Yes, just outside. Well, Monroe is still down after some great skill here. Just about controlled it. Challenge came in from Noah Homeo-Chun. And it's a free kick at a wonderful spot here for St. Lucia. And the yellow card did come out for the aforementioned Homeo-Chun as well. So that is the first yellow of the match. And St. Lucia are going to have a good chance to, at the bare minimum, put this shot on target. The wall is nearly by the 6-yard line. It's in level with the middle of the penalty spot in the 6-yard box. We're into first half stoppage time. Oh, that was a rocket off the bar. Whoa. Clip back into the middle, and the foul is called against the attacking player for St. Lucia here. Pennell was brave, the goalkeeper, to get on the end of that cross. He's hurt here as well. There is a yellow card. French Guiana thought it could be more than that. Oh my goodness. Kai Russell with just a yellow here. French Guiana are saying, ask the assistant referee what he thinks about that. Should it be more than a yellow? We get another look at it. Oh, did Kai Russell put his boot through the head of Pennell here? The assistant referee is going to advise the center referee here. We're into 2 added minutes, by the way, in the midst of all this chaos. Remember, there's no VAR, so this is the best we get as far as that's concerned. Meanwhile, that rocket off the bar was something special. Just didn't find the back of the net. Does the referee feel that Kai Russell now should be sent off because of what the assistant referee said to him? Yes, is the answer. It is going to be a straight red card, and Russell is off. Kai Russell sent off for a boot to the head, presumably of Pennell, the goalkeeper. And St. Lucia are down to 10 for the remainder here. Well, remember, again, just to be very clear, there is no VAR, so the referee was advised to go over to his assistant who had a better look at the challenge. The assistant referee said yes, his boot made contact with the goalkeeper's head, and due to that advice, the referee negates the yellow and then sends off Kai Russell with a straight red card and reduces St. Lucia to 10 players here. Wow! What a wild sequence with a twist ending there. We are now well into the +2 here. We're into a third added minute of stoppage time. St. Lucia now with their backs firmly against the wall, down to 10 for the remainder, and French Guiana will have a window of opportunity here with a man up. That's going to go out for a St. Lucia throw on this near side. It's up to the referee, of course, now how much longer the first half continues here, as we're about to enter a fourth added minute. What a wild ending to this first half. And that is the end of the first half. My goodness. A wild climax at the end of the first 35 minutes. St. Lucia go from nearly scoring the opening goal with a shot that rattled the crossbar, a laser beam of a strike that just missed going in, to then seeing one of their best players, Kai Russell, sent off for a straight red card for a high boot to the head of Tyrese Pennell, the French Guiana goalkeeper. Big window of opportunity for French Guiana, up a man for the second half upcoming. We'll see if they can take advantage of that. St. Lucia have their work cut out for them if they're going to still have a chance to win the group. Boy, does the plot ever thicken going into the second 35 minutes here in Curacao. We will have highlights coming up in just a moment. It is halftime in Curacao. St. Lucia 0, French Guiana 0. Halftime here in Curacao. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to have you with us. 0-0 between St. Lucia and French Guiana in a game that both teams have to win to have a chance at topping the group here in Group G in League C. Halftime highlights. Oh, we have a lot to get to, particularly at the end of the half. We begin with a game that really was back and forth. Good chances for both teams throughout a vast majority of the half. I think St. Lucia probably edged it as far as the quality of the chances. Quantity roughly even, again, maybe just edging St. Lucia ever so slightly. And we had some good back and forth moments, some end-to-end action with a multitude of players having opportunities to score. This was one of St. Lucia's best chances off the post on that breakaway attempt. That was Nasri Alexander. Then De Silva's attempt at the other end. Toussaint making a good save. And then Sanson here moving it down this near side and showing some wonderful skill before being shepherded out of play. And then again, chance here for St. Lucia. Good goalkeeping by Pinel coming off his line and getting a piece on it. Then another good cross into the middle here, headed out of harm's way before one or two St. Lucia players could attack it. And then got a little bit physical at times, but you expect that in a game with a ton riding on it. Kai Russell, we'll get to him more in a moment. He had a good attempt there with a shot that just missed the target. He's brought down here. Free kick was given to St. Lucia on the back end of it. One that they nearly created a chance from. Pinel misses the ball here. Then was there a handball in the mix of all that? Referee said no in the end. And again, Kai Russell had a very good half, but he had a rough ending to the half. It starts with this moment, a free kick here after Monroe was brought down. So it gives St. Lucia a good opportunity to get a shot on target at the bare minimum and maybe test the goalkeeper, if not find the back of the net. The yellow card for Homayonchu. Lucia manage it is going to be the other. Game already had a lot of opportunities. Remember, St. Lucia hit the bar in the build-up to that red card coming out. They also had hit the post earlier in the half, as we had highlighted in our first half highlights. French Guiana had a couple of good chances as well. The shot from Ferreira de Silva was probably their best opportunity, saved by Toussaint. And that is where we stand going into the second half. Again, should mention that if the result holds at 0-0, both of these two teams would be out. And Martinique, who play Grenada next, would be through, regardless of what happens in our second game. For there to be some jeopardy, there has to be a goal. As French Guiana look to motor their way through here, maybe a bit overzealous, and Mateo Francois picks up the foul. A little bump afterwards. A little bit of chit-chat after the foul was called. It is a free kick for St. Lucia here. Now we're going to see some of that. There's going to be some passion. There's going to be some intensity. Game means a lot to both sets of players here. We'll see. There were no changes during the halftime interval. We'll see how St. Lucia handles that as the half moves along. After losing a player, how do you manage the legs the rest of the way? Francis Lastic will have to potentially make a couple of tough decisions in this second half. We'll wait and see how it plays out. Ball floated over the top. Needs some dealing with from a defensive standpoint for French Guiana. It's out for a throw-in to St. Lucia. You hear coaches and players around the world, different leagues, different levels, talk about playing with 10 men, or 10 women, of course, on the pitch, and how they handle it. And there's some coaches that actually do see it as a positive, because they can be a little bit more open in the attack and maybe even be a bit more creative at times in the final third. But there's other teams, of course, where it's a big problem, because sometimes you're then overusing some of your midfield players. Some of your defensive players have more work to do. And of course, it's the classic case of you get worn down by the opposition as the game moves along, and you tire at the end with more coverage, really, that you have to have on the field with less players. More ground has to be picked up, and it could be a difficult thing, as that's a spinning shot there on the turn. One that is saved by Toussaint, who's likely to be even more active in the second half than he was in the first. Martelli over the top, that's cut out. I guess the biggest point as well is who got sent off for St. Lucia as well. Kai Russell, who is one of their best players in that first half. He's been great in this whole tournament to this point. To not have him in your most important minutes of this championship campaign is a very tough bit of adversity. Well, St. Lucia aren't happy there. They thought the referee maybe got involved in that sequence. Play's allowed to continue on, and it goes out of play for a throw. Normally, if the referee ends up making contact with the ball, of course, by accident or a bump, they normally do stop the play. Martelli and Chibola guarding each other, I should say, tightly here. Well, that is a foul and a free kick. One that French Guiana didn't really need to give up. Looked to have had it covered, but now this could be where St. Lucia find an opening here. Set pieces for them are going to be so important the rest of the way here. Ajimang. Again, the goalkeeper commits and doesn't get there, but he's fortunate that it bounces out of harm's way. Penel, again, a little too overly aggressive here. Martelli crossing it into the side netting, and it's a goal kick. Well, that I think is the second or third time that Tyrese Penel has come off his line and gotten nowhere near the ball. But again, he's very, very fortunate that it did not land at the foot of a St. Lucia player. They were queuing up. Meanwhile, that is a takeaway here. And St. Lucia have numbers flooding into the penalty area. Lovely ball back across, a swing and a miss. The follow-up attempt is saved by Penel. Now the 10 men create a big chance there off the takeaway. But Martelli and company cannot get it past Penel. Well, a bit of a warning shot there for French Guiana. Just because you're up a player doesn't mean it's going to be smooth sailing. Oh, lovely build up here. Cleoval on the give and go down this far side. Asanson's early cross is off target. And it is going to be a goal kick. Well, they've just shown you a sign there, St. Lucia, that they can still create moments, even with 10 out there. Could make for a fascinating end of the match here. There's another giveaway. And French Guiana will shepherd it out, but it is going to be a throw into St. Lucia on the far side. Ooh, a trip there. And St. Lucia again are going to get a free kick. They're starting to gain some more momentum. Oh, and a yellow card has come out as well. Not for that first one, it's for this trip. Ferreira de Silva into the referee's book.
It is reported that the yellow card was shown to the player with the number 15, Khalid Ferreira de Silva of French Guiana.
That is confirmed. And now St. Lucia, who are within striking distance here, could try to pick out a teammate or go for goal. Dervante Ajimang surveying the scene here for St. Lucia. He's going for goal all the way here, and it took a deflection as it traveled wide of the target. It is out for a corner. You're starting to sense that the 10 men of St. Lucia are gaining momentum. They've had a good 10 minutes, frankly, at the start of this second half. Mariat to take the corner. It's well positioned. This time the goalkeeper does punch it clear. St. Lucia still have it. Oh, and they're going to win another free kick after the Martins challenge. And again, St. Lucia will get another opportunity here. Well, again, Ajimong stands over it again. He's in position if he wants to shoot. Could also try to pick out a teammate and maybe catch French Guiana by surprise here. It's going to be another shot, and again, it is well off target. In some ways, you're sort of leading and leaving French Guiana off the hook with a shot like that because they don't have any defending to do. They just have to make sure it doesn't go on target. And Pinel just has to make sure he doesn't parry it out to an opposition player. Neither, of course, were the case. And that is won back again by St. Lucia here. And on the follow-up here, Martelli gets his shot away. But it is Pinel once again making the stop. Now can French Guiana bring this up the other end? Oh, lovely take here by Atuku. But he could not finish it. Toussaint cuts it down. St. Lucia looked to bring the ball up the other end here. And this time French Guiana do make the defensive stand quickly. And they can attack down this far left-hand channel. Oh, lovely little scoop. Great cross. Oh, just a little too tall. Not far away at all. And out for a throw. Well, that's a good response from French Guiana. Last 10 minutes or so, we've really seen a strong start to the second half for St. Lucia. Oh, was there a foul there? Referee lets play go on. Martelli up ahead. Monroe is fouled, and that's going to be a free kick. This time it was, well, two players going in. Martin's committing the foul. St. Lucia here still have possession. It's Martelli in traffic. Still Martelli. Oh, we nearly broke free. It could fall for Monroe. Shot is blocked. Oh, two great chances. But French Guiana fend them off. Back up the other end, St. Lucia with some defending to do here. It's touched out. Well, who was it last off of? On that far side, it looks like it is going to be a French Guiana corner. Well, just going briefly back up the other end, Martelli, incredible patience and poise. Three defenders on him. He got away from those defenders. But him and Monroe could not test the goalkeeper. Now from this short corner. And the cross in is over the top. And I think that's going to lead us to a second half cooling break with 20 minutes of normal time left in a game that just seems to be building towards a big finish. Well, again, the key moment in the game happened at the end of the first half. Kai Russell sent off for a straight red card, and St. Lucia have been down to 10 ever since, but they've arguably been the better team in the second half. They've handled it really well. They've had the best chances to this point in the second half as well. Although, to be fair, French Guiana, as of late, have been able to create plenty of opportunities themselves, to be fair. But the reason that this game is so important is for that reason. Bottom left-hand corner of your screen, live standings here in Group G. If this result holds at 0-0, St. Lucia and French Guiana would both be out and could not progress to the League C semifinals. Again, there's still playoff games to be played, and there will be more to come at the end of the group stage for many of the seeded teams afterwards. But to have a chance to win the league, to win League C itself, you have to finish at the top of the group, and that's where Martinique, who play in our second game, currently sit. One of these teams could end up with 6 points, and that's the only way they stay alive mathematically. Both teams at the moment would be on 4 points and would be out. So one of these two teams has to try to find a goal, and preferably more than that, to have a chance. And if they do win the game, St. Lucia or French Guiana, they then have to hope that Grenada can do them a favor and win by multiple goals in our second game of the day. Martelli. Oh, he's worked his magic again. He gets past a couple defenders and a chance to get the goal here. Oh, what a save. Panel again. Robbing St. Lucia here. Well, once again, Martelli, they cannot stop him on this near side. And then Eustace Blackstock. Lovely skill here. Just a little touch onto his right. But a brilliant save by Tyrese Panel, who keeps French Guiana in it. Corner upcoming. St. Lucia will make a change first. Leon Vidal is going to enter. That will be it for Nasri Alexander. That is the first St. Lucia change of the game.
Number 17, Nasri Alexander, number 18.
From the corner.
53.
Goalkeeper gets a punch onto it this time. St. Lucia still, though, can recycle the attack here. Mathurin dispossessed. And it could be a chance for French Guiana to counterattack up the other end. But it's a good challenge on the back end on the recovering Ajimang. And it is going to be a French Guiana throw on the far side. They'll take it quickly here, Francois. A little push and a chase, and then a foul. Free kick for French Guiana.
Jouez court, on n'a aucun ballon dans la surface, on n'a qu'un joueur dans la surface, jouez court.
Free kick is taken short. And from the give and go, the shot, stinging one, was blocked, and then on the follow-up, a loss of footing there on the byline. But last off St. Lucia, French Guiana corner on the far side. And the corner is taken short. And the cross is hit too long. Now there's been a couple of breakdowns for French Guiana. When they get to the final third, it has broken down a bit for them. And they've not been able to get that critical bit of service inside the penalty area. It is a goal kick, and both teams still have 15 minutes to try to save themselves here. 15 minutes away at the moment from Martinique advancing, and they will not have had to do anything in order to do that, at least today. They, of course, have done the good work over the last couple of days. But Martinique may know that they're through before a ball is kicked in their game, which kicks off in less than an hour. It's a St. Lucia throw on this near side. A little bit of confusion as to what St. Lucia want to do with this throw in here. It is going to be a long throw into the penalty area, it appears, from Mitchell. And he's got a pretty good arm on him as well. He bounces back out for another throw. Francis Lastic is trying to move some of his players into range here for Mitchell to pick out. Oh, and Mitchell gets a yellow for time wasting here. I don't think that was what St. Lucia had intended here. I don't think they were trying to waste time. I think they were trying to figure out where to throw the ball. But I think the referees booked him for that. Well, it's so rare that you see a yellow for time wasting when it's a 0-0 game and both teams are going for the win. I genuinely don't think St. Lucia were trying to waste time, but they've been booked for doing so. On the byline here, that's going to run out for a corner. Well, a very peculiar moment there. Mitchell a bit hard done by, getting a yellow card. But his team has a corner on this near side. Well, to be fair to the referee, they have been trying all over the world to crack down on time wasting, and there is a threshold for that. Just think it's a bit harsh because I don't think St. Lucia were trying to do that at all. Oh, as the ball leaks through there. Did that ball go over the line? St. Lucia asking the question here. Oh, does the referee have to get some consultation again from the assistant? That was closer than it initially had looked. Oh, we get a look at this here. Oh, that was close. Panel, I think, just parried it off the line. But one or two St. Lucia players asking the questions there. And then from the follow-up, oh, the header hits off the top of the bar. And goes out for another corner. Another close call. Wow. This looked like it was a defensive header. It was a defensive header. And it hits off the top of the bar after Francois cushioned it into a dangerous area. Referee now trying to have a word with a couple of players in the heart of the 18-yard box here. Well, another stretch of chaos in this game. And it's not over yet. There's still another set piece for St. Lucia, as the 10 men look to find an unlikely equalizer. I should say an unlikely goal, beg your pardon. It comes up short. Recycled for Mitchell. Mitchell out to the far side with St. Lucia hoping to break the deadlock here. Oh, but French Guiana do win the ball back. And they do have the numbers up the other end, but the ball goes in the wrong direction. And Toussaint clears it up the other end. Now St. Lucia have some numbers here. Blackstock is dispossessed. Great defensive work there by Ajibola. And it rolls out for a throw-in on this near side with just over 10 minutes left. Oh, the ball was thrown back there and cleared ahead. Back to St. Lucia on the near side. Can one of these two teams find a winner and stay alive in the group? from the throw. Ooh, the shot blocked. Brief opening is closed down by French Guiana's defense. So that is going to be a foul and a free kick for St. Lucia. Again, remember, we have Martinique and Grenada on this same surface still to come. As you look at the replay there. That game won't matter if this game stays at this scoreline. And to be clear, it won't matter as far as the standings. We'll know where everyone is at. Mitchell, ooh, tried to slide it through, but it was a little too late to make the pass. It goes past Martelli, and the attack fizzles out for St. Lucia on this near side. That was a real opportunity to create something. It is a goal kick. Under 8 minutes now of normal time left, and then we will see about any additional time on the back end. Oh, lovely ball down this far side. Cross into the middle is cut out. Tuku and Francois in the middle. A lovely hold-up play to move St. Lucia forward. Martelli, again, not able to pick out a teammate. Ooh, and then Martelli follows up. Referee thought about blowing the whistle there, instead decides against it, and Martelli keeps on going here. And was Martelli brought down? The answer is no. Not that time. It is going to be a goal kick, and here comes a French Guiana change as well. Leo Josio is going to come in. Adam Ajibola, who's had a very good game from a defensive standpoint for French Guiana, is going to make way here. French Guiana maybe looking for some more height, but also looking maybe for some fresh legs down the stretch in the defense.
Adam Ajibola for number 4.
Both teams still have quite a few changes that they could make. We'll see if that impacts the last 7 minutes or so, as that ball is sent out of play again. Well, St. Lucia have been down to 10 since halftime, or just before halftime. Kai Russell was sent off at the end of the first half for what was initially given as a yellow card, but then changed to a straight red card after consultation between the referee and one of his assistants on this near side. But to be fair to St. Lucia, they've arguably been the better team in this second half, just have not been able to find the goal. And French Guiana have not been able to take full advantage of having an extra man out there in this second half. I think that's fair to say at this juncture, at least not yet. And we are locked at a 0-0 stalemate, one that would not do either team any good. And the only team that would benefit is the team that is going to play in our second game, Martinique, who would win the group automatically if this result holds. Ooh, Pinel again commits, and this time off the ricochet does catch it. There's a player for St. Lucia down. This is a possible head injury here involving Randall Monroe. Referee Rightly is going to bring on the medical staff here to have a look. did Penel make contact with him? Maybe. Might have been that lower arm that collided with Monroe, who felt some contact. Besides that, I don't think the goalkeeper did anything wrong there. Certainly got a piece of the ball on both occasions. Monroe is trying to stay on the field here. He's not allowed to. Has to come off. And after being checked, then can be welcomed back on by our head referee. Penel from the drop ball will play French Guiana out here. Although they're quickly dispossessed on this near side. And then eventually do win the ball back. St. Lucia briefly here have 9 on the pitch, and they nearly started a counterattack. So be clipped ahead. Now St. Lucia back to 10. From the throw. That is a foul. It'll go the other way. French Guiana free kick. A good step defensively there, Mayat. Goes out for a French Guiana throw. Both teams running on low time here. That ball rolls out of play. Going to be a throw-in on the far side. Now 2 minutes left, plus stoppage time. One of these teams, both of these teams, frankly, need a bit of late drama here if they are to stay alive. French Guiana look to play through on this near side. Atuku. Little lovely give and go here. Oh, and Atuku couldn't take the ball with him. And St. Lucia emerge with possession on this near side. They look to play it up the other end. Oh, and it did fall kindly for Monroe, but he was offside. Free kick, French Guiana, as we are about to enter the final minute of normal time here. It is on a knife edge. Both teams have to score or they're out. Martinique hoping that neither team scores, and they're in. St. Lucia again moving it forward, putting pressure on here. French Guiana could have some opportunities if they can move this forward quickly with Francois, but then the ball slid through, back to him, is cut out. On the follow-up, this is Atuku. Martins was fouled, and the referee brings it back for a free kick. French Guiana will get another chance here from a set piece. And we're about to find out how much stoppage time there's going to be here at the end of what has been a very tightly contested affair. 3 minutes is the answer. 3 added minutes left. And St. Lucia are about to get 3 changes ready as well.
The front officer has indicated that at least 3 minutes will be added.
Gian Blanchard, Alaric Williams, and Sylvester Castillo are all getting set to come on here, very late on. Or St. Lucia, Randall Monroe is going to come out. Leon Vidal, who was actually a sub himself, is going to come off. And Mariat is also going to exit here. So a late triple change for St. Lucia. And these players will only have 3, maybe 4 minutes to make an impact. This is a bit of a risky decision from St. Lucia here. Yes, you want fresh legs. You also want some continuity out there, and these players have not been involved in the game. For a vast majority, they have to come on and try to hold the fort here. This is going to be fizzed in there. Oh, that was a chance. Oh, but the chance goes wide. The ball in from Francois was on a plate, and the flag appeared to have stayed down initially. And the touch is taken wide of the target. What an opportunity for French Guiana to steal it right at the end. Switch onto this near side. It is kept in play only for a moment here. Mitchell tried to move it up the other end. It's going to be a St. Lucia throw. There's a minute left, maybe a little bit more. Mitchell again finds a teammate here. Oh, and the ball poked through his cutout. Cleared away only as far as Mitchell. Dying embers here. Mitchell, oh. Neither one thing nor the other on his attempt. Oh, but it took a deflection. It took a deflection on the way through. It's going to be a corner. And St. Lucia will get another chance. I think Mitchell just realized what had just happened there. Referee has pointed for a corner. And from the corner, it's flicked on. Oh, and it's cleared off the 6-yard line. Martelli follows up. French Guiana merge with possession. They got to get it up the other end quickly here. It is poked down the line. Oh, but the offside flag is up. After a late challenge came in as well. Oh, another close call, but that was the right decision. There could have been a foul that could have led to another card on the back end of that, but of course the offside flag negates any further action. And St. Lucia have a free kick that they have to get up the field here. It goes to the edge of the area. Oh, and it was flicked down as well. But it's out of the reach of any teammate. And Pinnell will clear it upfield. All eyes are going to be on the referee here as we're well into a 4th added minute. It's a St. Lucia throw. There's still time for some late drama. Oh, St. Lucia wanted a foul there. They won't get it. It's out of play for a French Guiana throw. And as it's thrown up the other end, it's full time in Curacao. Wow. What a wild ending. But it's an ending that doesn't benefit either side. St. Lucia and French Guiana both had to win the game. Neither win the game, which means Martinique win Group G. Wow.
French Guiana 0.
Well, there was late drama. No questions about that. So many close calls, so many near openings at either end. Neither team could get the goal required to stay alive in the group. So both teams will finish Group G play on 4 points, but that is not going to be enough. Martinique, who have already got 6 points out of 6, will know going into their final group stage game that they have advanced to the semifinals in League C as Group G winners. Should mention as well, now that both teams have a point here, that also means that Grenada finish bottom of the group, regardless of what happens in our next game as well. That is important as far as seeding purposes for the games after the group stage for the teams that have not qualified for the knockout phase. Must be nice to be Martinique. Didn't have to play. And you already know that you're through to the next stage. They'll, of course, play their game. We'll have coverage of that for you in about half an hour's time. They'll play Grenada, and they'll know that they will be through. They'll, of course, want to finish on a high note and win that game as well. We'll see if they will finish on a high note. But first, we have the full-time highlights from what was one of the more entertaining nil-nils that you will see. Make no mistake about that. Just because there were no goals doesn't mean there wasn't oodles and oodles of drama in this game. Both St. Lucia and French Guiana come into this game knowing they had to win to stay alive in the group, and both teams certainly played like it throughout. First half, very even for a vast majority of it, edged slightly to St. Lucia, who did hit the post, as you can see from this attempt. Oh, off the bottom of the left upright. Ferreira de Silva had a chance for French Guiana that was saved by Toussaint, and then Kai Russell. It could have been a difference maker in the second half. We'll get to why he wasn't in a moment. Created a couple of good opportunities, had a shot, had good close control at times in this game as well. And then again, St. Lucia had set-piece chances in this game. There was a possible handball in there. The referee did not give that for a penalty. And again, Kai Russell making a lot of things happen in the first half. Now, the big moment, the game-changing moment. Monroe brought down, free kick for St. Lucia on the edge of the area. It starts off, this crazy sequence, with a wonderful strike on target, or not quite on target, but one that does hit the crossbar, flush. Wonderful strike. So St. Lucia follow up on this here. They get the ball back into the middle, but Kai Russell with a high boot on the goalkeeper ends up getting sent off here. It was initially a yellow card, but the assistant referee on the near side had a word with the center official. Yellow card wiped out after the consultation. It's changed to a straight red, and St. Lucia were down to 10 the rest of the game. That didn't deter them. St. Lucia arguably were even better in the second half. They certainly had a multitude of opportunities. So did French Guiana, frankly, as well. But you could argue French Guiana didn't take full advantage of the man advantage. Couple of big saves from Tyrese Pennell to keep St. Lucia out. That one was to deny Blackstock. That odd moment where time wasting was given on a throw in there was a bit harsh. But French Guiana's defensive work really helped to keep St. Lucia out despite some late opportunities. It finishes 0-0. And again, because of that, Martinique, who play next here against Grenada, will know already that they are your Group G winners, and they're on to the semifinals. Unfortunately for St. Lucia and French Guiana, they are both out. That ends our first game of the day here at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Really good one, to be fair, from start to finish. Plenty of drama. No goals in the end. It finishes 0-0 between St. Lucia and French Guiana. Martinique and Grenada are up next.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome this morning, Martinique and Grenada on the field for the warming up.
Let's go pass them.
Welcome back, everybody. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to have you with us. It is another big one here, Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. It is our second game of the day here in League C. We are in Curacao, and we are getting you set for another matchup. Again, in League C, we are going back, of course, to Group G. Martinique will take on Grenada. Had a really good first game in this group with a 0-0 draw between St. Lucia and French Guiana earlier, which of course means that Martinique win this group. Of course, unfortunately for those two teams in our first game of the day, they finish on 4 points. Grenada know going into this final game as well that they will finish in fourth. Martinique, the pressure is off them, at least for today. They know that they'll be heading on to the semifinals of League C play. But of course, you want to carry momentum, you want to keep things going in a positive direction. That's exactly what they will hope to do in this game here. We're excited for it. We'll step aside for just a moment. We'll have the processions in just a few minutes, and then after that, we will have lineups and the kickoff between Martinique and Grenada in our final game here in Group G in League C at the Concacaf Under 15 Boys Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Martinique and Grenada for the game of the 2025 Concacaf Boys Under 15 Championship. Please stand up for the national anthem of Martinique. extended for the national anthem of Grenada.
A lovely rendition of both countries' national anthems as we are closing in on kickoff here. League C, Group G finale at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Of course, some of the drama has been taken out of this game because of all the drama that happened in our first game, a 0-0 draw between St. Lucia and French Guiana. So Martinique come into this game knowing that they've won the group. They're already through. But can they keep their positive momentum moving in the right direction? Mario Boccali's group certainly hopes so. This is the starting 11 for your Group G winners, led by the captain, Caron Lebon, in the middle of the park. Nolan Legrand, Marc-Olivier Baston are going to be some players to look at in the attacking third. Noham Arcade gets the start in goal. Mateo Nasitas and Loic Ludop, some players to look at from a defensive point of view from Martinique, who will be in all green. In this one, Jorge Ojeda is our head official from Nicaragua. Honduras and Guatemala also represented amongst our on-field officiating crew. And again, of course, worth mentioning that there is no VAR in these games. Keon Charles captains the side for Grenada, who are in all red with the yellow trim around the shirt, shorts, and socks. Some green trim in there as well, as we take the customary photo here with the captains and their banner exchange. Here is the 11 for Mark Marshall's group. They, of course, could finish Grenada on a high note here, but they cannot move up out of the bottom part of the group. Jacob Alexander and Jaleel Ford right off the bat, players to look out for in the attack, along with Tishon Jones. Then you look at the likes of Amari Olive in the midfield, along with Jawarni Noel. Keon Charles, the captain, leads the back line alongside Erwin Francis, Emran Anthony, Clinton Griffith Nimrod. And Nathaniel Springle gets the start in goal for Grenada today. Of course, there are more games to come today in this tournament after this game is over, but this is the last game in Group G here in League C, with, again, the group essentially already decided from top to bottom. Could still have plenty of drama, of course, after our first game. We're certainly hoping so. And of course, we are still looking for our first goal of the day in this group somehow as well. We'll see how it all unfolds. Off we go here in Curacao. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew, happy to be with you here at the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championships. Again, Grenada got us started. They're in all red, going from right to left. Martinique, our Group G winners in League C, already on to the knockout stages. They are in all green with the white numerals. And then, of course, worth mentioning for those maybe just getting interested or getting your feet wet in this tournament, as far as the viewers are concerned, 35-minute halves and 70-minute games. Well, we had bucket loads of drama in our first game, which was also in Group G. We'll see if Martinique and Grenada have an encore for us in game number 2. The ball is looped over the top. A chance for Martinique to move this forward. Look at a throw-in on the far side. Quickly taken by Nadeau. And to the edge of the area, Grenada looked to clear this away. It's not been cleared. There could be a chance here, but Grenada then recover well on this near side. And they do now definitively clear it towards the halfway line. Oh, but now Martinique, could they pounce on this opportunity? But Francis and company do just about enough to deal with it. And it is a foul and a free kick for Grenada on the far side. A good switch of play onto this near side. It'll go out for a Grenada throw. Well, Grenada got off to a tough start in the group. They were beaten just by the 1-0 against St. Lucia, which sort of put them on the back foot in this group from the beginning. And then, to be fair, they got off to a decent start against French Guiana in the last game. They didn't score a goal, but they lost 5-1, and that's what eliminated them from contention to advancing. Martinique beat French Guiana 3-0 on match day 1 in the group, and then backed that up with a big 2-1 win against St. Lucia yesterday, which put them in very good position to win the group today. And of course now they have, after the 0-0 draw earlier. Martinique could, of course, finish the group perfect. If they win the game today, they'll go 9 points out of 9, and that'll be some nice momentum to take into the League C semis. That is a foul and a free kick for Martinique, just to the right of the halfway line on the near side. Nathan Versal brought down and maybe needs a moment here. Referee just checks on him after this very late challenge, it must be said. That's a giveaway high up the field, and Martinique try to pounce on this. It's deflected back to Versal on this near side, and he loses out. But he fights back to try to win the ball back, and eventually does win a free kick. Jawarni Noel doing everything he can to move Grenada up this near side to no avail. Good switch of play down this near side. Oh, it just leaks over the sideline. A bit unlucky there from Martinique point of view. Marc-Olivier Baston was the target. Did everything he could, frankly. But the ball had other ideas. It's a throw-in for Grenada with about 5 minutes gone. Noel, who we tried to catch Arcade off his line for Martinique. No avail on that. We've seen a few players test the limits at some long distance attempts. None of them have really come off, to be fair. Long distance shots at this tournament, at least not yet. Tournament's still pretty young in some ways, even though we are past the halfway point as far as the days are concerned, incredibly. Tournament goes through August 10th, and we'll have our champions in the different leagues after that. Still a lot of big games to go, of course, in leagues A through C. Still a bunch of big games coming up just later today, frankly, to look forward to. That's another long ball played forward. Don't think that was meant to test the goalkeeper, Springle, but either way, he was ready for it, and it is a goal kick for Grenada. Both teams still kind of getting their legs under them here in the opening 7.5 minutes. Oh, that's a lovely ball played through here. Martinique have some numbers. Oh, it's a swing and a miss. The follow-up shot is blocked on the edge of the 6. Martinique still have it on this near side, but there was contact, and a foul and a free kick will go Grenada's way, as the captain, Kerhan Lebon, was trying to keep the attack moving on a recycle. Another look there at the contact.
Sacalo ya, sacalo.
Amari Olive is the player who was down there. That's who they were attending to for Grenada. Wait to see if he comes back on as the ball is back in play. And then right back out for a throw. It should be mentioned as well, Martinique, yes, are top of the group. They're already through, but they've had to work very hard to get through this group. It's been a very, very difficult group from top to bottom, incredibly competitive from start to finish. All but really one of the games have been tight. And again, that's why these tournaments are so important, getting players and teams for different countries repetitions and giving them something to work on, so that when they come back again or move up a level, they'll be ready to go. Here come Martinique on this near side. Baston's ball across. There was not much to aim at. And Springle is able to dive down and get it. That ball pinballed around onto this near side, and there is space to run into here. Reversal, but he cuts it back, and that allows Grenada to recover it, at least for a moment, on this near side, and Martinique will recycle it. Joseph on the cut. Falls for Njai. Centering pass, Nasitas. Ooh, that's a giveaway. Grenada do win the ball back, and on top of that, a free kick. They switch it onto this near side. That first time attempted a cross by Noel comes up short. And it could be a chance for Martinique to turn into space here with Baston. A little give and go between him and Labon does not come off. Versal again. Down the line. This is Joseph. And Joseph plays a wonderful ball across here. And the shot, oh, just touched wide by the goalkeeper Springle. Good save. And it is out for a Martinique corner after some marvelous build-up play from the group winners here. Will be Nolan Legrand. Take the corner, it comes up short into the side netting. That's a missed opportunity for Martinique, and it's a goal kick. Oh, that is a foul. And not only is it a free kick, we're going to see a yellow card come out as well. Matea Nasitas, it looks like, picks that up for Martinique, and Grenada can push some numbers into the penalty area here. Well, that gives Grenada a pretty good chance here to create an opportunity, as the yellow card is confirmed.
Mateo Nasitas, minute 14.
It will be the captain for Grenada, Keon Charles, to try and put this into the mix for Grenada. He actually tries to go for goal in the end and actually sends it all the way out of the park. In one sport, that'd be really great. Unfortunately, this is not one of them, and it is a goal kick. As it rolls back to the penalty area there, another whistle goes. And as Jacob Alexander was trying to move forward for Grenada and push it past, he was fouled, says the referee. So that is going to be given as a free kick. Yet it puts Grenada in a pretty good chance, good position here to create something. Will this be a pass or a shot? It will be more of a shot, if anything, but it nearly was touched forward. And in the end, neither one nor the other from a Grenada point of view. That was a real chance. And it looks like it does go out for a goal kick, and it'll lead us to a first half cooling break here in Curacao with 16 minutes gone. A good bounce back from Grenada here. They've created some opportunities. Martinique have certainly just edged it so far. And again, there's the live table. In Group G, Martinique know they're through. They just want to finish this strong. Grenada do have a chance to get some points on the board here, but they will finish fourth either way. Grenada have shown at this tournament that they are certainly capable of creating opportunities and have had some good finishing moments as well, must be said. Just had that one tough game defensively that sort of let them down against French Guiana. That was yesterday. Again, just goes back to how deep this group is. Really has shown its quality from top to bottom, and Grenada just happened to unfortunately be the one team that hasn't grabbed any points yet. That could change, of course, if they get a result here. But they will finish in fourth either way. And Martinique, again, they already know, for those just joining us, that they have won the group and they will advance. That is because our first game today finished 0-0 between St. Lucia and French Guiana. It was a very good game, must be said, for a 0-0. Push to chase down this near side for Joseph, who overruns it in the end, was maybe helped off of it. Then some good skill here for Vincent on the follow-up. As it goes to the byline, though, he loses his footing, and Martinique lose possession in the end. That's going to be a goal kick. Oh, lovely ball over the top here. Grenada have a chance from a tight angle to get the shot away, and they do. Noham Arcade makes the save in the end. Out of almost nothing there, Grenada go one end of the pitch to the other. We just said it, they are capable of that creativity. They just could not find the finish. Again, tough angle as well to get a good shot away. And then that's a poor challenge there on the back end, free kick for Martinique just to the left of the halfway line. Labon. Lost out, cleared away by Emran Anthony. More work to do for Grenada defensively, and they do clear it up the other end. It's a bit of a foot race here, but the two defenders from Martinique shepherd it away, and Arcade is able to come out and get it. And Martinique can reset in possession here. That's going to bounce out of play. A little bit of frustration there from Noel. That was an opportunity if the ball had stayed in play, but a little too much on it. Well, that is headed on for LeBon, who holds up the play. And on this near side end Jai, oh, he was well positioned initially, but when the ball came to him, or I should say when the ball was kicked towards him, he drifted offside, and the flag goes up to give Grenada the ball back. A long-distance shot here from Ford. It was traveling. It's a goal kick, however, in the end. Now, Jaleel Ford, along with Jacob Alexander, as we had mentioned at the top of the broadcast here, are certainly potential Grenada game changers in this game. No question about that. Here is Alexander. Oh, and his cross into the middle is going to bounce towards the goalkeeper. Oh, did it go out of play? Yes, it did. The assistant referee says it leaked over the end line as the goalkeeper corralled it, and Grenada will get a corner. Now Jaleel Ford will take it. It is going to be volleyed by Charles. Does not go on target. Grenada will recycle the play all the way back to their own half. This is Anthony skying one. Doesn't quite get to a teammate, and Noel on the follow-up wins it back. Still Noel! And it bends wide of the target. Well, all of a sudden, Grenada building in confidence as this half has moved along. Lovely take here by Noel. Touching it into space. Good strike as well, by the way. Just not on target. And Noel's at it again. Lovely skill. Falls for Anthony, who gets it out of harm's way, but gives possession away in the end. And then as Grenada see the ball cleared away, referee brings it back. Alexander was fouled, and that is a free kick. It will be Ford, and it will be a really good take. Arcade gets up the highest and makes a catch in traffic. Very impressive there from the goalkeeper.
Everyone, open your body. Watch it. Johnny in the pocket one. Don't come on, in the pocket. Not, down in the pocket one. Hey, get there, Johnny, get there. You can always break. Get there. Get behind him, Johnny, get there. Break now, Johnny, break. Open, Johnny, open.
Olive.
Fine, Johnny, good.
Well, battle continues for it here in the midfield, and Martinique nearly emerge with it, but it's cleared by Anthony.
Come on, Tisha, better than that.
And then that leads to another skirmish here. One that sees Grenada get some lovely skill there from Tyshawn Jones. Trying to find Alexander, who's battling for it. Maybe battled a little bit too much, and it's going to be a free kick going the other way in Martinique's favor. Martinique will look to move this over the halfway line on the far side. There is space to run into here as that's fluttered forward. Grenada to clear it. Out for a throw. Again, Martinique on the front foot. Oh, it's lovely skill. The men in green are in behind here. Oh, and the shot is skied over. Well, that was a real chance. It was Legrand who gets the shot away. It was marvelous skill and build-up from Martinique. And somehow, Grenada keep this out. I think it's a last-ditch tackle here from Anthony. Was there a little bit of follow-through there? Or does Anthony maybe get the ball? Tough to tell. Either way, the shot misses the target. There's a Grenada player down as the ball rolls over to this near side, and that will bring the sequence to a halt. And that will lead to a stoppage here for an injury. I think it might be a possible head injury here. Actually, players for both teams are down. That's Eric Nadeau for Martinique. He was also involved in what looked to have been, in the end, a head-to-head challenge. Now both players are being looked at here. It was Jacob Alexander from a Grenada point of view. Referee comes over to this near side as there's 5 minutes plus stoppages left in the half here. We've now gone, incredibly, 100 minutes, and obviously a little bit more for stoppages, into today's game and nearly game and a half without any goals, incredibly. We've had so many chances, but we have yet to see a goal, incredibly. Are Grenada going to change that here? This is Noel, who tries to shovel that forward to no avail. It's cut out. Got to credit, of course, the defenses and, of course, the goalkeepers for these clean sheets that we've been seeing so far here in Group G. here. This is George, who runs out of room. Speaking of defense, Martinique's defense holds there. And they look to move it back up the other end. And switch of play is cut out, but Martinique, well, they briefly picked up the pieces here. And they will reset on this near side with Vincent. A lovely ball over the top here. Is the flag going to stay down? Looks like it has, and then it slid through in behind here. It's wonderful from Martinique. Oh, and the shot from Baston is saved by Springle. What did we just say? There's been so many chances. Just cannot get the finishing touch. More marvelous build-up play here from Martinique. Referee does well, plays advantage. Marc-Olivier Baston's in behind. It's a 1v1, and he picks the wrong corner. Nathaniel Springle was almost daring him to go the other way, but it goes into that bottom left-hand corner where Springle was well positioned and makes the save. And we're still waiting for our first Group G goal, incredibly. Mention as well, as there's been so many goals scored in this group. You look back through the other games, every game except for the opener between Grenada and St. Lucia have had multiple goals. Not today. At least not yet. That's going to deflect out. There's still time in this first half for a breakthrough. And Martinique will have a corner on the far side. About 2 minutes plus stoppages left in the half here in Curacao. Corner's taken short and taken quickly. Chance for Martinique to get another shot away, and again it is blocked off the 6-yard line. And now Grenada look to spin their way forward here, and Martinique are a bit stretched at the back. This is Jacob Alexander for Grenada here. And he cannot get a shot away. He's pipped to it from behind. It's a goal kick. Well, for maybe a split second here, you wondered if the referee might blow the whistle for a penalty. But I think Vincent gets enough on it. And certainly there was not much of an appeal from Grenada, which can tell part of the story as well. Referee allowed it to continue on, and it's another missed chance. Just incredible. I'll give credit to Martinique. They get back quite literally just in time to make a challenge on that with Alexander moving forward for Grenada. And another miscue from Martinique here. This time they don't allow the transitional move, but they give up a free kick. We get close to seeing how much stoppage time there's going to be at the end of the half. Charles clips it ahead. Arcade, under not much pressure, makes the catch and outlets it to the far side. We jump into first half. Stoppage time.
The fourth officer has indicated that at least 2 minutes will be added.
It's going to be 2 added minutes at the end of the half. So again, there's still time for a breakthrough moment.
Drop off.
Vincent, loose touch, wins it back. His ball roll and layoff leads to a spoon shot forward by Njai that's blocked away. Martinique still have a chance. Good feeding of the ball through here to the byline. Grenada holding here defensively, trying to force Martinique out, and eventually they do clear it. Martinique win the ball back. Final seconds here of the first half. A nice push and a chase down this far side, but maybe too much push on it, as it will be deflected out for a throw-in in the half's final 30 seconds. Nice weaving run here from Joseph. Martinique continue to battle for it. Vincent just trying to hold up the play, lays it off, and Martinique are actually going to be forced to go back to the halfway line and into their own half for Arcade to get involved. And as he controls it, that will end the half here in Curacao. Well, somehow, someway, the wait goes on for a Group G goal today. We've had so much quality build-up, particularly in the first half of this game. But we await a breakthrough between Martinique and Grenada. Still a big 35 minutes to come here at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. We'll step aside. We'll have highlights coming up in just a moment, as it is halftime here in Curacao. And again, it is Martinique 0, Grenada 0 at the break. Welcome back, everyone. Sean St. Jacques, our entire crew. Happy to have you with us. League C Group G finale in the Concacaf Under-15 Boys Championship. 0-0 between Martinique, who are in all green, and Grenada in all red. And it will be Martinique going from right to left in the second half. They get us started here in Curacao. 1 half to play. Martinique know that they've won this group already because of our first game's result, and are now hoping to top the group with perfect marks. Grenada know that they'll finish bottom, but they'll hope to get some points on the board for the end of this game. And now Martinique at the start of the second half have another opportunity to add to the list, but again it is spurned over the top. What a start that would have been. Inside of 30 seconds, they get a shot away, Martinique. But again, it is one that does not trouble the goalkeeper. We talked about it earlier. So many chances between these two Group G games, but no goals to report. Pretty remarkable. That's going to be a foul and a free kick. Lovely skill there. Labon trying to keep the attack going for Martinique, and then Alexander couldn't clear it. Eventually Grenada do clear their lines here, and they counterattack up the other end. Ooh, that was a challenge that came in from Nadeau. Free kick Grenada. It's going to be clipped right towards goal. And Arcade is on the case. Another one where a set piece maybe could have led to a bit more there if it was better placed. Labon down this near side. He's fouled. Clinton Griffith Nimrod makes the challenge and may have picked up a booking along the way. We'll wait and see on that. Looked like the yellow card did come out. It is a Martinique free kick, that's for sure. Based on the referee's penmanship there, it does look like Clinton Griffith Nimrod has picked up a yellow card for this challenge, and rightly so. First Grenada player to pick up a yellow card in this game today. There's your confirmation of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's recorded the yellow card was shown to the player.
Another chance for Martinique to provide some service here on this near side. And from the free kick, oh, it is touched towards goal. But again, Nathaniel Springle is in the perfect place to make the save. And it's a good outlet from him as well, as Grenada are on the front foot quickly here. But that ball in behind is going to be cut out and cleared by Martinique for a throw-in on this near side. Well, this is really good service to the edge of the 6-yard box. It just gets the faintest of touches, though, and needed a bit more on it to beat Springle. goes out for a throw-in on the near side. Well, again, Martinique do well. They win it on that near side. They look to switch it with Le Bon onto the far side, hoping that it could open up for them. And it's a nice push and a chase towards the byline here. Grenada then slammed the door shut, and they really slam it shut. That's out for a goal kick. Great defensive cover there by Emran Anthony. Just made absolutely certain that Martinique were not going to get through there. Now this ball is looped over the top. Martinique with some defending to do here. And they do it rather well on this near side. Really nicely done on that defensive cover by Eric Nadeau. And then the ball up ahead is going to find a teammate on this far side. Flag stays down as Martinique get to the edge of the area on the far side. The cross into the middle. Chested down and cleared away. Erwin Francis getting his body in the way of it. Martinique win the ball back. Nadeau takes on the shot, and it's not on target. Out for a goal kick. Nimrod up the other end. Ooh, it nearly came up short, and Grenada were looking to anticipate that, but well done by Loic Ludop to make sure that that did not come off. And now Martinique have an opportunity to move it ahead themselves, but the pass from Mehdi Pollux is cut out. And Grenada again had a brief opening there. They could follow up on it. On the edge of the center circle here, it's going to deflect kindly for them on this near side. This is Jacob Alexander trying to push it forward. It came off the chest, not the arm, says the referee, as that ball went forward. Then Alexander tried to lay a challenge in on the back end. Le Bon, the captain, switches it over to the far side where Martinique have had some success. Now they'll try the near side. It actually is going to fall kindly here for Legrand. And Legrand hits it off a defender. And it will go out for a Martinique corner on this near side. From the corner. Big swing to get it away at the near stick. Ooh, and on the follow-up here, looks like the offside flag may have gone up on that far side. I think that is the outcome. Either way, Grenada get a free kick to alleviate the pressure here. Again, just to give you the update on how the group looks, we know that Martinique are going to win the group. We knew that after our first game of the day that saw French Guiana draw 0-0 with St. Lucia. Grenada will finish in fourth, and St. Lucia and French Guiana make up the middle of the pack. Only the group winner goes through, so Martinique know they're in the semifinals of League C play. And the reason this game does have a little bit more to do with Grenada than Martinique, at least from a next round standpoint, is because there are some playoff games to be played outside of the knockout stage. And Grenada, if they were to pick up some points, could seed themselves a bit better in the next round, potentially. Martinique want to get the points for their momentum's sake, as this ball is played over to this near side. This is Legrand laying it off, And the ball was flashed across by Joseph, but no one was there. The follow-up shot is blocked. And again, Grenada get it away. Starting to run out of paper for the amount of chances to keep track of in this game today. There have been so many opportunities. Even Ford trying to pirouette, but he's dispossessed. And another a chance to feed that through. That's blocked and cleared. Grenada giving this a look up the other end, and Nahoma Arcade is there to corral it. Oh, lovely ball through here. And deflected onto this near side for Ford. And Ford gets past the defender and goes down. Whoa, referee waves it away. No penalty. Well, Grenada certainly were convinced. Referee immediately says no, and remember, there's no VAR, so that is going to be the final decision on that. Oh, that's a big call. Grenada played the ball through, and it's out for a goal kick. Wow. Well, you heard Mark Marshall and the rest of the Grenada contingent. They're still asking the fourth official on this near side if it was a penalty. He waves away, and he appeals as well. Well, that one just comes down to whether the referee thought there was enough contact to send Jaleel Ford to the ground. In his opinion, there was not. Martinique win it back high up the field with Legrand. And Legrand goes down. And this will be given. That's going to be a free kick just outside the 18-yard box. And Grenada are a bit frustrated over that as well. Well, there clearly is contact there. That was definitely a foul. Didn't get a look yet at the penalty. Up the other end, looked like there was contact there as well, but referee deemed it to not be enough contact to give the spot kick. Well, Martinique are in a good spot here from a set-piece perspective to try to find a teammate, or again, as we've seen many players do at this tournament, maybe have a shot at goal. Tough part with that, though, is that, again, it's been a situation where these goalkeepers have just not been letting these long-distance shots in. It will be a shot from Jeremy Marcus, but it is going to come up short. Springle saves and clears. Olive. Ooh, we tried to slip it through for Ford. It does not come off.
No foul. No foul.
Helped along by Njai. Njai again. Forced to go back. Legrand. He tried to slide it past a challenge. It's played out to the far side. Another chance here maybe for Jeremy Marcus, who does get past a challenge here, but not the second one. And this is Joseph. Joseph did well initially, but again, Grenada working as a team there, win the ball back. 20 minutes plus stoppage time left. Still have not had a goal here today in Group G. And that'll go out for a throw-in on the far side for Grenada. That is Ethan Felix. Tries to keep it going. That bounces back out of play. And we will have a second half cooling break here in Curacao. Again, don't let the scoreline fool you, either from the first game or from this game. It has been a very exciting contest. So many flashpoints, so many bullet points really to get to because of all the chances. There have been so many opportunities, plenty of close calls. I think Martinique have edged it as far as the quality of the chances go, but Grenada have had a couple of really good opportunities as well that have just drifted away. And both teams at the moment stuck in a 0-0 stalemate as it stands right now. Again, Sean St. Jacques and entire crew, despite no goals, we've really had two good games. We really have. Just have not had the breakthrough moment. Both teams get one last chance to talk it over in the hopes that they can find the breakthrough here. And again, just for the group's sake, to reset the scenarios here, Martinique are through, and they've known that since our first game ended. They are already the Group G winners, and they will advance on to the knockout phase, the semifinals. Grenada, regardless if they win this game or not, will finish in 4th. And then St. Lucia and French Guiana make up the rest of the group in the middle. So that has already been determined. But both teams want to take some momentum going forward with them by potentially grabbing a late winner here in the final group stage game in League C Group G. And then remember, there's still more games to come later in the day after we're finished here with our second half. Jones, maybe one too many dribbles there. Put Grenada in a tight spot for a split second, and now Martinique do have the ball back. And that's going to be a foul against Felix. Free kick for Martinique. And again, after the cooling break and a little spell there, we have 17 minutes plus stoppage time left to go. LeBon does find a teammate, and the cross is dangerous. And he's going to fall kindly for Legrand. Tries to pick up the pieces here for Martinique and does stride forward, keeps it in play. LeBon. And then on the byline, the cross is deflected and cleared. Played forward by Ladop. And Legrand skipping past a couple, but then is dispossessed again. Forward down that far sideline, that deflects out of play. And it bounces out of play a second time. We'll stay with Grenada via a throw. Legrand. Oh, he couldn't take the ball with him. Had his pocket picked by Olive. Jones up ahead. He loses out. That pass is picked off. And Martinique can stride into the area here on the far side. Defensive challenge from Francis, however, is so good. Erwin Francis cleans it up. And it's going to be a goal kick. That was Noel trying to win it back to no avail. Martinique push it forward with Legrand again, but once more, the Grenada defense is up to the task. We've been saying how we haven't had any goals and there have been so many close calls. Well, it does go back to the defenses and the goalkeepers doing their job. But Martinique are off to the races again here, and the cross never comes. Case in point, more strong Grenada defensive work here to snuff out another Martinique attempt. He thought there was a push on that far side. Referee says no. Just the goal kick. Ford. Olive. Gets it back on this near side from Alexander. But Martinique swarmed the play and they win it back. Ball in behind here. It was going to be a one-on-one. It was going to be. But the offside flag goes up against Marc-Olivier Baston here. And it's going to be another free kick for Grenada, who hold their shape again. And now we're going to make a couple of changes. Javian George will come out. Janique Felix will take his place. Kai Wilson is also going to come on. And Jawarni Noel is going to be replaced. And Grenada are going for it here. Still 12 minutes plus stoppage time for someone to grab all 3 points.
10 minutes.
And that substitution is now confirmed.
Walk again, walk again.
This is Ford. And the whistle gives it back to Martinique. We're pushing a chase here. Down the far side, lovely run to get past 2 challenges here. Ooh, the cross comes in. Was that in the penalty area? Oh, it's just outside the penalty area as Joseph was upended. And it's a foul and a free kick for Martinique again in a good spot. Both teams start looking up at the clock, and all of a sudden, under 10 minutes left, starting to run low on time. These are the chances that could define if we have a winner in the end of this one. Well, this surely is going to be a shot on target. Look how close that was, by the way, to being inside the area. Very tight. Must have just been outside. Can Martinique find the breakthrough? Oh, it's a good save, but on the rebound, oh, it's skied over the top! How on earth has that not gone in? Marc-Olivier Bastin is wondering the same thing. The goal was wide open. Is there a bunch of just boards that we can't see in front of this goal? Should have been a tap-in. I think even Bastin would tell you that. Should have scored. The soccer gods are just not allowing it here. Malachi Campbell, by the way, is on for Grenada. Another late substitution for them. By the way, such a good strike and save as well by Springle for Grenada, but the parry, not much Springle could do about it, to be fair to him, was right there for Bastin. All he had to do was put it on target and he was going to score. Not to be.
Substitution for Grenada, number 3.
That's going to be a foul and a free kick going the other end. Campbell replaced Anthony on that change earlier. Now can Grenada get a chance here? Oh, great stop. Arcade comes off his line and is able to get there first. Wow. Back out of play on this near side. Are we just destined to not see a goal here in this game today? Both teams will rue all the missed chances here. It doesn't have a big bearing on the group. We already know the final order, but my goodness, it does matter to these guys. They want to win this game. Both teams have gone after it from the beginning. Have to credit them for that. And the respective coaching staffs for proper preparation as well. That deflects back out for a throw-in. Nadeau. Labon switching it over to this far side. Bastin, nice feed out wide. Can Martinique get across into the middle here? Again, Grenada just hounding them from a defensive point of view. They do really well at the expense of a throw-in on the far side. And from the throw, more Grenada defending to do here. It could fall for a chance. The shot is deflected. Nadeau crossing it back into the middle. And on the follow-up, LeBon had it taken off him. Martinique sent it back into the area. Another header, but not definitively cleared. Can Martinique move it ahead? Oh, there was a coming together there. Martinique won a foul here on this near side. The referee thought about it, did not give it. Grenada looked to go up the other end here with Felix. Felix, does he go down? Was there a shirt pull there? And I think the referee has blown the whistle, yes. But is it for a foul? I don't think it is. Oh, the whistle was blown, it looked like, but I don't think that the foul. Oh, it was given. It was given. I take that back. I was wondering for a split second if the referee blew the whistle for the foul. He did. He did blow the whistle for the foul, so we were right initially. Now, the other question is, the contact did potentially continue into the penalty area? Question mark on that. Certainly Grenada were asking that question. Referee says no, so it is going to just be a free kick here for Jaleel Ford to take. More late drama here in Group G. Martinique's turn to stand tall defensively, and there's 4 in the wall. On the edge of the 18 that Ford has to contend with.
It is reported that the yellow card was shown to the player with number 5, Erwin Francis from Grenada, minute 67.
Oh, Francis, it sounds like, was booked in all of that for Grenada as well.
Get it right.
Ford from the free kick. It's a really good ball. Oh, it goes in! There it is! Grenada snatched the lead in the final minutes here. It's touched in by the captain, Keon Charles. And at long last, we have a goal in Group G.
Keon, we need to focus now. We need to focus.
The team at the bottom leads the group winners here in the dying embers. It's a captain's goal. How about that? Charles gets his touch on it. It deflects off Arcade's glove and goes in. And we were wondering if we were ever going to get a goal here. We have one. It has finally arrived at long last. Oh, Jaleel Ford's ball in was so well placed. You could actually hear some of the Grenada staff saying, yes, yes, they got it over the wall, and then yes, yes, it's touched in. What that means, of course, is that Grenada now are in line to get their first points on the board in the group, which could matter later on for seeding, for games to be played later. And Martinique, with a late hammer blow put towards them. It doesn't matter for the group, but that could sting for them moving forward into the semifinals. Who knows? Just the second goal Grenada have scored in the group phase. But now can they hold on to it? Martinique get a free kick here. LeBon spears one into the middle. Grenada are able to just about clear this. 1 minute plus stoppage time left.
Get over, get over. Yannick, drop deep, I know. Yannick, drop and defend. Gotta help.
Another opportunity for Martinique. A push and a chase. Baston not there. Springle beats into the spot. That header away is not convincing here. Martinique given a chance again. The cross to Joseph is cut out. Grenada cannot bring it up the other end. Martinique send it back into their half. And is it kept in on this near side? Not quite. Out for a throw-in last off Legrand. And how much stoppage time is there going to be here at the end? Ball's in play here. Legrand dispossessed as he tried to continue on. We're into 3 added minutes at the end of the match here.
Both officers has indicated that at least 3 minutes will be added.
Well, there's still time for Martinique to find a late equalizer. Legrand. Nadeau on the overlap. Cross into the middle. It's right there, but Grenada again clear it. Legrand looks to get back onto it. It's further helped along, and it's out for a throw-in on this near side. Again, that's what it would mean for the group. That's where we would finish the group stage if this result holds. Grenada get points on the board. We'll see what that means for them for seeding. Martinique would still win the group, but only by 2 points in the end. St. Lucia finished second. French Guiana finished third. That's already been determined. 2 minutes left. And that's going to be a foul and a free kick going the other way. Well, again, both of our games have provided an incredible amount of drama here. Replay of the contact there. Grenada send it forward. There's about a minute left. Oh, it sneaks through and Grenada could seal it! Oh! Just right again, a defensive intervention thwarts Ethan Felix, who would have wrapped it all up if he had finished the chance. Well, Martinique make a mess of this at the back. No one anticipates it. Little nudge header through. There's the Felix chance. Nasitas just gets a boot onto it, and it's out for a corner. From the corner. It's headed down, and the volley towards goal comes up short. And Martinique have 20 seconds to get this back up the other end, but they send it out of play. Throw in for Grenada as the final seconds have elapsed here, but how much more time will the referee allow? Referee says, let's get it back in play here. And that's that! Full time! Grenada pull off the upset here in Group G. They steal all 3 points from the Group G winners, Martinique. A late winner from the captain, Keon Charles. And Grenada don't go through, but my goodness, do they gain quite a bit of confidence from that result. They get all 3 points. And yes, they finish bottom of the group, but that gives them plenty of momentum to take on with them moving forward. We were wondering for so long if there was going to be a moment of glory in this game, and Keon Charles provides it for Grenada, who see it out in stoppage time and win it by 1-0. Martinique, again, they knew going into the game that they were going to be fine. They're going to win the group either way, and of course, they will move on to the semifinals, but that is a bit of a hammer blow for them at the end of what was otherwise a really good group stage. There's your hero, Keon Charles, touching it past Arcade and in the 68th minute, 2 minutes from time to give Grenada a memorable victory here at the end of their group stage at the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship. Well, again, it must be said, both of the games we've had here in League C Group G have provided us with wonderful bits of drama. None better than Charles with the late goal to win it for bottom of the table Grenada here, but my goodness, we had wonderful games on both accounts, plenty of late moments, twists and turns, and none better than just there from Charles to win it at the back end. So good. And despite not going through, it's one of those things where you look back, certainly Martinique will look back on missed opportunities throughout the match, particularly from Marc-Olivier Bastin. We'll get to it in our upcoming highlights here at the end. Oh my goodness. From the neutrals' point of view, yes, only one goal between the two games, but my goodness, was there a ton more to chew on after that. Again, Martinique win the group. Grenada finish bottom. They'll see about seeding and things of that nature, as will French Guiana and St. Lucia, who finish in third and second in the group, respectively, going forward. But first, we go back through the full-time highlights in our final Group G game in League C. And my goodness, was there a lot to get to. Again, Martinique and Grenada knew they were going to finish first and fourth, respectively, in the group. It didn't matter. They still gave us a really strong game to finish out group stage play. Where do we begin? We begin with a lot of chances. Both teams had a lot of opportunities that were wiped out by the respective defensive units in this game. And in some ways, it was fitting that the game kind of came down to set pieces at the end of this one. No questions about that. It does tend to be a big factor at the end of tightly contested games such as this. Some moments like that as well, where you felt like, could they break through? Could they get into the area? Not quite. With some defensive acumen. Noel with a long shot there, then another follow-up attempt, Arcade, for Martinique getting on the end of that ball in behind. Ford pushing that ball ahead, and then Noel trying to spoon a chance forward, not able to do so. And then, again, Martinique had some really good chances here. Bastin one-on-one with the goalkeeper, saved by Nathaniel Springle, who was an unsung hero. Then Jacob Alexander had a chance to go 1v1. He was caught up too, and it was cleared away by Versal from a defensive side of things. Then again, Martinique looking to build forward. They'd win a free kick there. Labon brought down. Then here, a push and a chase towards the byline on this far side. Again, Grenada closing up the gaps when they needed to. Then here, a couple of big second half chances for Martinique. Another attempt skied over the top from Bastin. Then Labon brought down. Free kick, yellow card for Nimrod on this near side. Then from the set piece, this was a huge chance. Goalkeeper makes the save on that touch forward. Again, Bastin at the heart of the big chances here. Labon crossing this one into the middle. It fell kindly for Legrand, who then laid it off, and the shot was skewered wide by Joseph. Ford showing his lovely skill there, but again, dispossessed. And then Legrand winning a free kick here from Martinique that would lead to nothing. And then this was another big moment. Free kick for Joseph just outside the 18-yard box. The shot was saved by Springle. There was the big chance. Bastin just needed to tap it in. Puts too much on it and skies it over the top. Talk about ruining some chances. Then up the other end, Felix thwarted, but was brought down. Free kick for Grenada. One that Ford would put on a plate, and Charles off the ricochet wins it for Grenada. 2 minutes from time, and the team that knew they were already destined to finish bottom of the group steal all 3 points from the Group G winners. An incredible late twist. So that does it for Group G play here in League C. Martinique, despite having the points ripped away from them at the end, do still finish top. They do still go on to the semifinals. Grenada, though, claim the late glory at the end, thanks to their captain, Keon Charles, and we'll see what happens seeding-wise for them moving forward. That does it for our Group G doubleheader here in League C. There's still plenty to come around the Concacaf Boys Under-15 Championship as the day progresses. For our entire crew, I'm Sean St. Jacques. We say so long from Curacao. Our last game here in Group G finishes Martinique 0, Grenada 1. We'll step aside for now. More to come here at the tournament as the day moves along. So long for now.
they yesterday, and everyone still has a chance at the top of that group in Bonaire and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but we will have a decision in Group H at the end of the day. Of course, the winners from each group will move on to compete in the semifinals. Everybody else will get one more game to determine the final group rankings. Well, this Bonaire team started out on such a hot note against the Bahamas. 5-1, a victory in game number 1. And then the last game against St. Vincent and the Grenadines ended up being a really thrilling match yesterday. And it came down to a stoppage time game winner, a disappointing loss for Bonaire against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So looking for some redemption, and they still have a chance, because if St. Vincent and the Grenadines lose to the Bahamas later today, and Bonaire is able to get the tiebreaker on goal difference, they could still move through to the semifinals. Meanwhile, this Dominica team lost to St. Vincent just 1-0 to begin this tournament, and then yesterday pulled off a victory 2-1 against Bahamas. That came down to the game winner in the 70th minute, so 2 really late goals for both of these teams yesterday. Ron George with that game winner for Dominica. Just getting ready for both of these teams to walk out onto the pitch. We'll hear the national anthems for both sides and then kick off from Curaçao. This is League C. There's League A, League B, and League C at the U-15 boys level, and there'll be separate championships for each league. This is the end of the group stage, 3 consecutive days with a game for the players, so it's been a long stretch, asked to do a lot, and it comes down to this right here. The reigning champ in League C, St. Martin. This is the 5th edition of this tournament at the U-15 level. 38 countries competing. And there are 4 separate groups here in League C. Right now, Bonaire has just a very slight goal difference edge on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. For St. Vincent, the goal difference is 2 at the moment. For Bonaire, it's 3. So Bonaire needs a couple of things to go their way, but first and foremost, they need to win this game against Dominica, and they need to score a lot of goals to create some separation with St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and then they have to hope that St. Vincent loses in the next match to the Bahamas. So both of these countries walking out onto the pitch. We're going to hear the national anthems for both sides, introduce you to our officials, and then kick off here from Curaçao.
Please stand up for the national anthem of Dominica.
Well, just heard national anthems from both countries, Dominica and Bonaire, just about ready to kick off here from Curacao. This is League C Group H action, the final group stage game for both of these teams. We'll get you the starting 11s for both Dominica and Bonaire. We'll start with Dominica wearing green today. This team coming off a victory 2-1 against Bahamas. And Darren George had the game winner in that one. But Ambo, a player to watch out for, Hassani Ambo, the 9 today. He did score in the 12th minute in the game against Bahamas. Captains meeting in the middle. Javon Hamilton, the captain today for Dominica. For Bonaire, it's Anderson Bernabala. Match officials today are center referee Kamal Harding Hodge. It's a Concacaf U-15 championship. On the boys' side, 35-minute halves. Here's the starting 11 for Bonaire. Martin, 3 goals already in this tournament as the 9 for Bonaire, including 2 yesterday. A late equalizer against St. Vincent and the Grenadines gave his team a chance to win it, but ultimately lost that game in stoppage time. Bonaire wearing white kits today. Final meeting for both of these countries before we kick off. The first of 2 games here in Curacao in Group H. Maura Sheridan, thank you so much for joining me here today. And it will be Dominica who starts with possession. Both these teams scored their first goals yesterday within the first 15 minutes of the matches. So we'll see if they can emulate that this afternoon. And we are underway. Dominica, Bonaire, Concacaf Boys U-15 Championship play. Lockhart for Dominica. Has it blocked. And then played up ahead. Intended for Martise for Bonaire. Now Martise does have a goal. In that 5-1 opening game against the Bahamas. We're still without a win in the group stage so far, and we'll take on St. Vincent and the Grenadines after this match. Lockhart up the flank, racing to it, Gustave. And it's kicked away by the defense in Lucia. Joseph on the throw for Dominica. It was a close call for Dominica in the first game against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but just could not find the back of the net in that game. Lost 1-0. Quick passing broken up. Williams the other way for Dominica. Bonaire breaking free. That's just back and forth between these two sides. Off the swipe, racing forward, Lucia. Pokes it ahead. Here's a chance for Bonaire. Martínez in the box off his left foot. Can't get a clean shot off. And it's partially blocked by Pascal. Well, those quick looks in transition could be lethal for Bonaire. But this is a nice through ball straight ahead. Martínez is open, but didn't have enough time in a tough angle there. Closing in was Pascal, separation-wise. And it will be a corner kick. Bonaire with the first set-piece opportunity of this game in the 3rd minute. Headed towards the back post, some air to it, and it's grabbed. Dominica comes up with it. It's Graham in net for Dominica and Blanken in net for Bonaire. Lifted into the midfield. Through the middle, Dominica. Trying to tuck it in the corner, and it's touched away. Oh, it actually looks like Blanken, the keeper, did not get a piece of that one, so it will just be a goal kick. Jamie Blanken. Off the swing here for Bonaire. 2 early looks for both sides. Well, Dominica actually got down in the last match against Bahamas. Gave up a goal in the 4th minute. Dirk Simmons, who has the lone 2 goals, I should say, for Bahamas in the group stage, able to tally. Dominica with 2 unanswered. And it really was a back and forth affair for Bonaire in the last game against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Played high through the middle. Now settled by Joseph. In the 18, trying to control and clear. And Bonaire successful. Well, corner kick coming for Dominica. First of the game. Oh, we've seen 1 corner kick for Bonaire. And now 1 for Dominica. That's Peyton James who steps back to take this. Plays his club soccer in the United States, Houston Dynamo system. It's an MLS side. Off his right foot, headed towards the far post, drops down, off the half volley, and it's rejected. On the counter here, Bonaire. Pushing the pace. Martínez gets a step, sliding down the defense, moving centrally. Martínez wide with it. Oh, Martínez been tough to stop over the course of this tournament. He has 3 goals, 1 in the first game against Bahamas and 2 yesterday against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Every time St. Vincent would take the lead, Martínez responded to equalize, besides that final goal in stoppage time. Lockhart for Dominica. In the circle. Gets a touch around. These games are 20 minutes shorter than a regular game at the senior level. Just 35-minute halves. Moving quickly again, Bonaire. Sprinting too, it's scooped up too far ahead. And Graham on the pickup. And rolls it out to Pascal, his center back. Was trying to drive up the flank, but ran out of space there, Pascal. Ford. On the wing. Martin. Looking for a shot, and it's denied. Could be a costly giveaway, and it is. Dominica takes advantage. And a mistake by the keeper there for Bonaire. Now Blanken just passes it right to Gustav for Dominica. This just happens when you put the pressure on in any sort of press at this level. And a disappointing mistake there for Bonaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Goal for Dominica by number 9, Shaquan Gustav, minute 9.
Now Bonaire looking to respond right away into the box off the shot, and it's just wide. Plenty of time to find the equalizer, Bonaire. As I mentioned, able to equalize twice yesterday alone. And that's in Iago. Played long, headed back down. Pardo for Bonaire. Bit of a hesitation. And he pokes it wide. Arrow. Put back for Dominica. Ford. Pushing it through into space. Martin is on the wing. Surges forward, takes a shot. Some texture to that one, but it's just a little bit high. Trying to go top shelf there. Another look at this from Martin. Oh, here comes a corner for Bonaire. Bernabella, the captain, ready on the set piece opportunity. From Bernabella. Into no man's land. Bit of a heavy touch. Looking for a second ball instead. Bonaire will just possess, but here comes that pressure from Dominica. Bernabella picks up some speed. Whips in a service. Header, yes! The response from Bonaire. And it's Martin. He now has 4 goals in this tournament. And this starts from a great service from the captain for Bonaire. And if you're Dominica, you can't let the leading scorer on this team for Bonaire get that step. He has the momentum forward and space to operate. And he converts, of course.
scored by number 9, Myron Martin, minute 11.
So just like that, Bonaire back in this game, and we're level yet again. Tiniago gets a little turned around, and it's swiped out for now. Swept away by the defense for Dominica. So Gustav scores on a mistake in the 9th minute for Dominica, and 2 minutes later, Bonaire finds the back of the net. If you're head coach Cecilia for this Bonaire team, that's exactly what you're looking for. Bonaire with another corner kick opportunity. Bernabella off his right foot and leaping for it. It's picked up by the keeper in Graham. Looking for Martin. Pascal steps in front. Bit of contact and we'll get a foul call. And Dominica on the kick here. That's Lockhart who gets knocked down. And that's this free kick right at the center line. From Pascal. A powerful boot, and he's straight to net. And sliding down there is Blanken. Oh, noted, I think, if you are this Bonaire team, at the center back. So strong on that. Might go straight to frame. Imagine what he can do from closer range, but Bonaire on the move. St. Martin. And we get a call there. Well, offside the call against St. Martin, just a little bit over eager. Pascal again plays it long, slips past everybody. Blanken. A little bit dicey there. Now anytime there's pressure because of that error that resulted in the goal. Lockhart looking for the touch. Bernabella instead. Showing off his speed. Martin controls. Moving to his right. Evades the defense. There's a shot, Bernabella, just a little bit high. Well, a good sequence there for Bonaire, and they've really grown into this match. That's going to bring us to the cooling break here in this first half of action between Bonaire and Dominica. Well, it started with Gustav for Dominica. Blanken, the keeper, with a press on the way. A mishap, and he passes it right to Gustav. And it results in goal number 1. But 2 minutes later, Bonaire responds. It's Martin yet again on a wonderful service from Bernabella, and that's where we sit. So these are the live standings. This result would be great for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. if Bonaire, does not find a way to win this match, St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a really good position to win the group, taking on Bahamas, who's winless in Group H so far in this tournament. There's goal number 1. Gustav, right place, right time. And knowing with a wide open net you have to finish it, he does. And then this is a great service, and you can't allow Martin to get in that position. He heads it home, and it's 1-1. Back from the cooling break, we are in Curacao. Oh, the right idea to Martin, but off. Pascal soars. Gustav against Blanken. Who's going to get there? It's the keeper. And he just punts it away. Martin on the throw. Bernabella steadies himself. Head on a swivel. On end line, looking for that cross, and it's intercepted by Graham. Bernabella can't keep it. Lockhart. James. Jet line for Bonaire, fighting for it. It's tackled away. And that slows the attack for Dominica, but returning to the final third. Lockhart. Served. No one able to rise for it. But staying with Dominica. Ambo, who scored yesterday. A little bit quiet so far, but he makes a move. Gustav rejected, by Bernabella. And now Gustav with the tackle. Ford. Pascal. And a player down for Bonaire. Off the foul. Martin. Moves it centrally off his right foot, bends it around. Broken up and cleared by Dominica. Too strong for Gustav. Frustrated after that one with 15 minutes to go in this first half. And back-to-back goals for these two sides. Here's a chance for Bonaire, swerving through. It took a deflection. Arrow gets fouled in the box, and it's a penalty. Bonaire with the opportunity to take the lead here on that trip in the 18. And when you get numbers in the box, good things happen. Yep, and it's a pretty obvious one. Hamilton, the captain for Dominica, commits. And it leads to a PK in this first half. We'll see who steps up for Bonaire. It looks like it's going to be Martin, who's already scored in this game. He has 4 goals in this tournament against Graham, the keeper for Dominica. Martin shoots and scores. He can't be stopped. And Bonaire leads in this game against Dominica off the penalty. Make it 5 goals for Martin. He's had a great group stage, cool, calm, and collected. And it looked like Graham had a chance on that one, just missed the kick save.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Goal for Bonaire, scored by number 9, Myra Martin, minute 2.
Well, after a shaky 10 minutes, a little bit frantic for these two teams to open the game. Dominica gets a goal, but Bonaire in the last 10 minutes, last 10 plus minutes, has dominated. It's resulted in 2 goals, both from Martin, 1 in the run of play and 1 on a penalty. Trying to get the edge, blocked out. Pascal just has to clear, sticks a leg out. Grenada, back post, and a corner kick coming. It's off of Hamilton. He had to get in front of that before it made it to the far post and resulted in goal number 3. Bernabella off the corner kick. Number 4 for Bonaire. Drops in the 6, skied up. Bernabella crashing in. And he collides there with Lockhart of Dominica. Both players down and holding their heads. And the training staff's going to come out. Always concerning in that head-to-head contact as we see this again. Yeah, just painful. So here are the live standings. Again, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Bahamas play next. So that will truly determine this group. But right now, with this result, Bonaire would move to being tied with St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And for now, they would have the advantage in the goal differential. But, of course, St. Vincent and the Grenadines could totally change that against Bahamas. And the goal is to move on to the semifinals. We'll crown a champion in League C in a couple of days. And that final is August 9th in League C. Well, League A is taking place in Costa Rica, League B in Aruba, and then League C here in Curacao. So at the Concacaf Boys U-15 Championship, there will be 3 separate champions. There's about 10 minutes to go in this one. In this first half, I should say. Joseph on the throw, in the box. Etienne can't get a shot off. Bernabella, who's back on the pitch. It looks like Lockhart's going to step on when he can as well for Dominica, which is good news after that collision. Etienne off the pass, reaching for it. Pardo. Grenada turns. Off his left foot, playing it long, up ahead. Martin gets a touch. Martin, 1v1 with the keeper, looking for a cross. Chaotic, but it's cleared. Well, he got around Graham, but he just had a difficult angle there. And there was no one crashing in on the far post for a potential cross. Up back into the 18 for Bonaire. Martís, shot from outside the box, and it's off the mark. Oh, puts the keeper on skates there and was trying to cut it back to the spot. But ultimately right into the defense for Dominica. Got away with one there. Dominica's looked a little discombobulated since that first goal given up. They could probably use this break, this halftime break, to really talk things over. Or Gustav could just keep pressuring. The press has worked out, that's for sure. They just haven't had an opportunity to really do it because the ball has not been in the final third much. Blanken whips it around. Jolted forward. A race to get there. And it's shaded out of play by Hamilton. Martin. Might have been some contact there, but play on. Pardo. Now Dominica on this free kick. No, immediately taken back by Bonaire. Santiago tackled away. 5 minutes to go in this first half. Chatline gives it away. Off the swipe. Bonaire. The defense gets back. And nowhere to go. And Dominica. Bernabella does well. Steps in front. Gains possession back. And a foul just outside the 18. The first yellow card that we've seen. And it's against Pascal. He just bumps his shoulder into the back of the head of Martís, and the training staff's going to come out to take a look at Martís after that contact. Oh, this is a smart pass, excuse me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is reported that the yellow card was shown to the player with the number 13, Alan Pascal from Dominica, minute 32.
We have seen a penalty in this game. Martin was able to tally in the 22nd minute. This is not quite a penalty, but a very dangerous spot for a free kick. Martise is getting worked on. It looks like he's going to be able to continue. And Bernabella, who's been the set piece specialist, stands over the ball for Bonaire. Looking to add some cushion before the halftime break. Bernabella off his right foot, straight to goal. And no issue. Bobbled a little bit for Graham. No one there for the rebound. Right back to Bernabella, though. Martin. Bernabella. Squares. Off his right foot on the service. Shuffling back. And not quite on a cross attempt. Well, lofted up towards the midfield. Regained by Bernabella. He's been really good in the midfield for this Bonaire team. Winning the ball back left and right, and his services have been lethal as well. An early service resulted in the first goal for this Bonaire team in the 11th minute. Martin on the end of it. Here's Bernabella. Martin, there's the dynamic duo. On the run, good idea, but Pardo can't get there. And it's deflected off of Hamilton and Dominica. And yet another corner kick. Bonaire with an opportunity. Off the corner. Header. Not totally cleared. Just outside the 6. And it hits the side of the netting. Very congested in the middle. But no goal there for Bonaire. As we have 2 minutes of stoppage time in this first half. Another look at this. And it just skimmed off the head of Martin. Drops, and a good chance for Pardo. But he couldn't finish the job. About 90 seconds to go in this first half. Pressure pays off. Martise. Bernabello. Ambo, Dominica, searching for the equalizer. Gustav. And read nicely by the defense for Bonaire, stepping to was Chat Lyon. Time for a final push for either of these teams. Looks like Bonaire. And running out of space, Martin. And that's going to take us to the end of the first half. We've played 35 minutes in this game, and it's 2-1 Bonaire with a slight lead over Dominica. Gustav tallies in the 9th minute off a mistake from the keeper in Blanken, and then 2 unanswered for Bonaire. And we'll take a break. We'll come back with highlights from this first half, and take another break and come back and kick off in the second. The all-important final group stage game for both of these teams, Bonaire and Dominica. Welcome back to Willemstad, Curacao as we get ready to start the second half. Bonaire and Dominica, Concacaf U-15 Boys Championship. And it will be Bonaire to start with possession in this second half. It is 2-1, Bonaire with the lead over Dominica after 35 minutes of play. Bonaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, substitution for
Off the possession, there's a new sub for Bonaire, Tishan Christmas. He comes in to,
number 5, Gilana Williams.
or excuse me, that is Jemanuel Trinidad for Bonaire. He comes in to replace Martise.
Substitution for Bonaire, number 10, Evgenia Martis for number 4.
Peter Greenaway and Tishan Christmas did come in, but they came in for Dominica. Well, Dominica did score 2 goals against the Bahamas yesterday, so they put on a multi-goal performance in this tournament. It's not out of the realm of possibility for this team to score another one, bring themselves level to Bonaire. Well, just a bit of a light pass, a light clear. Chat line. Looking for an opening. Bernabella. Chat line. Slicing through. Pardo. Off the seal, Pascal. Pushes it ahead. And it's picked up by the keeper in Blanken. Oh, the scoring got started in the 9th minute. Gustave for Dominica. Off a turnover from Blanken. The keeper for Bonaire. And then 2 unanswered from Martin on the Bonaire side, including a penalty. And that's where we sit right now. Oh, we saw Lockhart get subbed out in this game for Dominica. And Williams as well. Lockhart had taken a bump to the head in the first half. And as I mentioned, Christmas comes in and so does Greenaway. Those are the subs for Dominica. And Trinidad comes in to replace Martise for Bonaire. Bernabella. Slowed for now. Serves it up into the box. And offside is the call. Trinidad. Pardo. Charging forward, he stumbles. Oh, Dominica's having trouble building in this game. They have not been in the attacking third much. Can they transition here? Played through, tapped wide, looking for a shot and a denial. Blanken says no. Well, Gustav almost with goal number 2 for Dominica in this game, and right on cue. That's a great sequence, a great build. Looks like Taryn George just entered the game for Dominica. He scored the game winner in the 70th minute, which is the final minute here in Concacaf U-15 Boys Championship. And he's already making an impact, shooting from distance. And that game winner against Bahamas yesterday.
Gustav, number 9, for number 10, Darren George, minute 41.
So Gustav comes out and George comes in. That's the change for Dominica. George off his left foot shoots, and Blanken with another stop. Oh, Blanken's warm now. And Taryn George making his presence known in this match. Off his left foot this time. Oh, here comes a corner kick for Dominica. Off the corner, missed by Blanken, and he runs into his own teammate. Bonaire unable to, or excuse me, Dominica unable to take advantage. Blanken looks a little bit uncomfortable after the fact. He was clutching his leg. We'll see this again. Just has to punch over his own teammate, Blanken. That's a handball. And a free kick on the way. Dangerous area for George and company. That's George who stands over the ball. Blanken staying warm in net. George off his right foot. Blanken has it. Reaches to corral it in and then covers. Giving his team a chance to breathe off the reset for Bonaire. Doing a lot of defending in the last couple of minutes. It was like the most all game. Well, Kamal Harding-Hodge, our center referee, just gives a little bit of a warning to George, who was hanging all over Bonaire. He's been a game changer, that is for sure. And we're just about 10 minutes into the start of this second half. So that 1-goal lead for Bonaire over Dominica. Greenaway. That is tapped out by Bonaire. Oh, rising forward, it drops down. And a player down for Bonaire. Lucia. Just rotating that shoulder. Lucia. Off the regroup for Bonaire. Stumbling, but still on the ball. On the touch to George. He weaves through, beats another defender. Cutting across. James, George. There's a shot, and it's ripped wide. Now the look from Greenaway, the sub here in the second half. As he moves around the defender. Trying to curl that one home. A real battle on the far side. And it's one out by Dominica. Etienne dishing it off on the throw. Lands for George. Chipped over and then cleared for Bonaire. Can they counter in transition? As that one hangs through the air. Into the circle, Pascal keeping it with Dominica. Through ball to George, and he stopped. It's collaborative there by Bonaire, Pardo, and Luisa. No, we haven't seen a goal in the second half so far as Sasani Embo gets a second yellow card of this game. Both the yellows have gone to Dominica. However, it's been Dominica on the front foot in this second half. Can they convert? Oh, this ricochets around. Up ahead, here's a chance for Dominica. George moves it to his right, shoots, and nearly scores. Oh my goodness, that's as close as it gets. Moving it to his right. And it's Blanken who gets his fingers on that one. Now Blanken had a difficult first half on that mistake, but he's made up for it with 3 or 4 saves in the second half.
With number 4 from Dominica, Tishon Christmas at minute 50.
But how about Taryn George? What a super sub he's been for Dominica. Completely shifted this game. And we'll see if they can find the equalizer in this one. Oh, both coaches using this cooling break as an opportunity to reconvene with their sides. Mills for Dominica and Cecilia for Bonaire. Well, after that magnificent stop, it does still mean that Bonaire is not out of the woods. A corner kick coming for Dominica. From James. Bouncing around. And off the collision, a foul's called. Pascal called for that. And he's frustrated, although he has a yellow, so he has to be cautious in this match. That's Lucia who goes down for Bonaire. Pascal. Hamilton. Have to be careful on some of these passes. Oh, it's tackled away. Oh, but off the foul, it's a free kick for Bonaire. They'll take what they can get at this point. George. Nothing much on that free kick for Bonaire. Blanken. Chat line up ahead. And Iago can't get there. And this was kind of what was happening to Dominica in the first half. They were pinned back. When they did get the ball, were rushing through, just trying to make something happen, quickly turning it over. And the tides have changed in this game. And Dominica's looked the stronger side in the second half, but of course, Bonaire had the cushion going into the break. Oh, can Dominica find the equalizer at least? As George is down in some pain. Well, subs coming in for Bonaire, a whole slew of them. Telt comes in. Deep Gron comes in. And Brooklyn Bernabello comes in. Oh, Sanyago is out of this game. Arrow and Pardo exit as well. Last goal was in the 22nd minute of this match. This game will go to the 70th minute because of 35-minute halves. Off the handball. Couple steps back for Bonaire. Well, it slips through the fingers of Graham as he stepped back, but luckily doesn't find the back of the net. That one straight to goal. And it looked like it was going to sail wide from Pardo, but right through the fingertips of the keeper. Nearly goal number 3 for Bonaire, but it is a corner kick. Bernabello off his right foot. Untouched for now. James.
11, Anderson Bernabella from Bonaire, minute 55.
Deep Grun, who just came in. And it's lifted out. Bernabello.
For Bonaire, number 14.
This being Anderson Bernabello,
number 7.
the captain.
Teller,
As Brooklyn's also in this game now
8,
for Bonaire.
Arrow for number 15. Brooklyn Bernabella.
It's Winkler who's down.
Number 3.
Slow to get up.
Adrian
Draws a
Font
foul.
For number 13. Wesley Deepbrook, minute 56.
Played into the 18. Graham off the bounce, reaches for it, and he lands right on it. Another kind of funky play there, but the keeper brings it in. And those free kicks, if they can just get them near the keeper, they've been causing some dicey moments. It's been the only kind of good things offensively that we've seen from Bonaire in this second half. They just haven't been able to create much. Off the turn, splitting 2 defenders. James pushes it ahead and nearly for George. But once again, it's Blanken who wins out. Offside was the call anyway. That was a lovely run there. Bonaire on the other side gets goal number 3. Well, it's a quick hit for Bonaire, and that's the real cushion that they needed. Deep Grun. And another look at this. Just played long and then floated over the top. That's actually
Ladies
from
and gentlemen, your attention, please. Goal
Telt
for
the sub.
Bonaire, scored by number 7, Tifino Tella, minute 60.
And it just floats that one over the top. That's so deflating if you are Dominica when you consider the second half that they've had. Just catching the keeper off his line. And Telt finds the back of the net. It is his second goal over the course of this tournament. I scored in game number 1 against the Bahamas. Greenaway. George. Off the cross. Bernabello clears. Two players knock into each other there. It's Winkler and Hamilton, and Winkler's down. Yellow card being given. It's shown to Hamilton. Another look at this. Oh, it's Winkler who had the step, and then a little bit late to that. Hamilton. Oh, Winkler's getting tended to. The sub coming in for Dominica. Copiel comes in, and Hamilton out. Roxanne Copiel entering almost the game for Dominica. Now he steps on the pitch. Far ahead. And again, nearly dropped by the keeper and Graham.
Number 18, Jason Hamilton. For number 7, Roxanne Copiel.
Bernabella. On the move, Bonaire. Martin shot. Blocked by Graham. That look from Telts, who just scored. And it starts for Martin, who had 2 goals in the first half. That's fired right to the keeper. A player down for Bonaire. Live look at the table. And if this holds, Bonaire would have the lead in Group H because of goal difference. However, could all be negated if St. Vincent beats the Bahamas. Lucia walking off the pitch. We saw 3 goals and a 2-1 lead for Bonaire in the first 35 minutes of this game. And Dominica looked the stronger side up until Telt was able to get a goal. Just caught the keeper off his line. Lifted it over the top of Graham. And it was really the one opportunity Bonaire had a couple looks on free kicks, on long-range free kicks, I should say. But ultimately, Dominica came out on the front foot and came out swinging in the second half. So such a disappointing goal to give up to Bonaire, who looks to seal the deal now with less than 5 minutes to go in this match. Bit of a collision there with our center referee, Harding Hodge. Looks like everyone's okay. Graham to Joseph for Dominica. Pascal, George, out of play.
Substitution for Bonaire.
Ambo for Dominica.
For number 16, Tarsilio Murillo, minute 67.
Blankin beats everyone to it. On the grab and no rush for Bonaire with a 2-goal lead. Luisa has been subbed out for Murillo for Bonaire. Luisa had stepped off the pitch with an apparent injury. A missed tackle there, cutting through. And it's pushed away, swept out by the defense for Dominica. Just a throw-in for Bonaire. And into the 18. No, 2 defenders trap George. Punch it back. Lewis. Pascal helps out. It's cut off, slowed. Another sub. Dominica. It's Prevost who comes in. Etienne out.
Substitution for Dominica. Number 11, Che Etienne. For number 8, Carly Prevost at minute 69.
Pascal with a strong throw in, and it's headed down. No clean shot there for Dominica. Now from distance, and it sails over the crossbar.
The third officer has indicated that at least 3 minutes will be added.
James with a chance here. Dominica and Bonaire. George. Oh, played up ahead for Bonaire. Martin, and then another goal. Tel gets there. His second of the day. And Bonaire looks like they've secured a victory. Dominica. Another look at this. Martin creates. And I don't know if he meant to just dribble that around and he took a heavy touch until it was there. Whatever happens, it works out. Ends up being a pass. And goal number 4 for Bonaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please for goal for Bonaire. Scorer number 7, Gifino Teller, minute 72.
Well, that big time. Now the keeper and Graham is down for Dominica. They do have another game regardless. They have not moved it to the semifinal, but they'll play another game to decide the final rankings here in group or league C. A concern that keeper's down. Oh, it's a good team in Bonaire. Able to just defensively. They got the best of Dominica in about a 20-minute stretch to open this second half. Weathered the storm and then took the chance that they had on the other side to make it 3-1 from Tel. And this is the last goal from Martin as he just touches this to his teammate Telt, who's open. Pass to keeper and Graham, and a little bit of a dance there for Bonaire. All smiles. If this holds, they now take control of this group. But of course, that's before we get the final result. St. Vincent and the Grenadines taking on the Bahamas in just about half an hour. And the whistle to start again in the second half. Just the waning moments of this one, Dominica and Bonaire. This will close out the group stage for both of these teams, and then Bonaire will wait now to see the result of the next game. See if they're the team moving on in Group H to the semis or not. Game taking place here in Curaçao. Tell just gets taken out there. The frustration's boiling over between these two teams. Bernabello. Nothing much there, but it doesn't matter because there's a final whistle. 4-1. Bonaire defeats Dominica. 2 goals in the first, 2 goals in the second. And Bonaire with win number 2 in the group stage. And now they wait and see the result of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the next game against the Bahamas to decide the winner in Group H. That will move on to the semifinal here in the Concacaf U-15 Boys Championship.
This afternoon, Concacaf U-15 Boys Championship, and wish you safe home. Thank you.
Let's take a look at the highlights from this one. Bonaire and Dominica meeting to close out the group stage Concacaf U-15 Championship on the boys' side. And we kick off here in the first half between these two teams. Martin was the leading scorer going into this game and nearly creates there for his teammate in Martis for Bonaire. Then on the far post, reaching for it is Graham, the keeper for Dominica. Blanken, the keeper for Bonaire, just passes that one right to Gustav. Gustav turns and fires, and it's an easy goal and a quick lead for Dominica. That would make it 1-0 in the 9th minute. Then Bernabella, 2 minutes later, on the service, closing in and heading it home is Martin. And that would make it 1-1 in the 11th minute. Then this in the 22nd, a tough foul there in the box. Hamilton commits the penalty, and Martin steps up to the spot and finishes the goal. So he has a brace in the first half. That would make it 2-1 Bonaire with the lead over Dominica. A couple of tough plays, tough collisions over the course of this game. Martin nearly a hat trick on this one. It was a difficult angle, and when he went to slice it back, no one standing at the spot here for Dominica, or excuse me, for Bonaire. Yellow card against Pascal in this first half as he hits Martise, and then Bernabella on the free kick. Graham able to stop. This one's still in the first half. But as you can see from these highlights, pretty much everything was going Bonaire's way. This nearly another goal from Pardo. And Dominica just could not create much besides that Gustave goal in the first half. But the second half was completely different. Dominica came out looking very strong. They made some adjustments and were on the front foot. Made a big sub as well. Taryn George coming to this game, who's down in this highlight. As you can see, he draws a yellow card against Bonaire, but he was made an immediate impact, yet they could not score. And so this, on the other side, Bonaire makes it a 2-goal lead. Just a quick hit, and over the top, that one sails. And Telt gets his first goal of the game. And you could see after that third goal just how deflated this Dominica team looked. And Martin...
Under 15 championship, Concacaf welcomes all international football fans for the match between Bahamas and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We welcome Bahamas and St. Vincent on the field for the warming up.
Bahamas. Hello everyone, I'm Maura Sheridan. Thank you so much for joining me here today. This is the second of 2 games in Group H going on this Wednesday afternoon. A little bit humid, 90 degrees in Curacao, which is the site of League C action over the course of this tournament. Here are the standings in Group H. Bonaire and Dominica just played, ended about a half an hour ago, and Bonaire pulled off a 4-1 win over Dominica. So what that means is after completing their group stage, Bonaire is on the top of this group, but that could all change. St. Vincent and the Grenadines right now unbeaten through 2 games. If they win here tonight against the Bahamas, then they move on to the semifinals and represent Group H. So it comes down to this, an all-important game. Bahamas looking to spoil the fun. For Bahamas, started out this competition with a 5-1 loss to Bonaire, and then yesterday lost a heartbreaking game 2-1 to Dominica. It came down to a strike in the 70th minute, which for these U-15 games is the final minute of play. We just play 35-minute halves. Meanwhile, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're unbeaten, but there's been 2 close games, both just 1-goal wins, which is important because they don't have the goal difference at the moment on Bonaire. So if they lose this game, they will lose the goal difference and not move on to the semifinals. 1-0 win against Dominica. Bowens with the goal, who is going to come in off the bench, interestingly enough, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He also scored off the bench in the last game Bowens did against Bonaire. It was a 3-2 win for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and it came down to a stoppage time game winner from Reggie Barbour. Barbour is in the starting 11 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines here today. Well, this is the 5th edition of this tournament, U-15 Championship. 38 teams, 38 countries representing, and the group stage is about to conclude today. And semifinals take place August 8th and 9th, and then we'll have the final in Group C after that. The last Group C winner was St. Martin. Host countries for Group A, or for League A, Costa Rica for League B, Aruba, and then Curacao hosting League C, which is what we're concerned about right here today in this Bahamas and St. Vincent and Grenadines match. We get ready for both of these teams to walk on the pitch. We'll introduce you to our referees today, our captains, starting 11s, and then kickoff from Curacao. An all-important game. Bahamas has just had 1 goal scorer, Dirk Simmons. He scored 2, and he's coming in potentially off the bench. He's not in the starting 11 for the Bahamas today, so that's an interesting wrinkle for this side. See if they can pull off what would surely be an upset against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Well, here come both of the teams walking out onto the pitch, and again we get ready to see and hear the national anthems for the Bahamas and St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Please stand up for the national anthem of Bahamas. Please remain standing for the national anthem of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, just about ready to kick off here in Curacao, Bahamas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is the final group stage game for both of these countries. I'll introduce you to our starting 11s for both teams. Officials as well. Here's the starting 11 for the Bahamas. Mentioned Dirk Simmons on the bench today, so he scored 2 goals and he's not starting, including scoring in the 4th minute in the last game against Dominica, but needing some rest. These competitions and these group stage games happen in 3 consecutive days, so it is a heavy lift for these players involved as the captains meet in the middle. Orlando Alvarado is our center referee. Ethan Watchorn is the captain for Bahamas. Bo Hoyt is the captain for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's the starting 11 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Phillips in net. Mentioned Hoyt, and Barbour gets the starting nod after his game winner in stoppage time in the last game against Bonaire. St. Vincent and the Grenadines have to win to move on to the semifinal, so they do control their own destiny. Even a draw would get the job done. They just can't lose this game. Right now they're even on points with Bonaire, and goal difference is in favor of Bonaire. So if those two teams, Bonaire and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, finish even on points, the tiebreaker does go to Bonaire. Just about ready to kick off here. Blue kits for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bahamas in gold with the blue sash across. And here we go, Concacaf U-15 Championship on the boys' side. Bahamas, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines. They kick off. Well, Bahamas would like to forget that first game against Bonaire. 5-1 was the final. And Simmons with the lone goal in that game. Responded well against Dominica. Were able to score in the 4th minute and then 2 unanswered, including a late game winner from George in the 70th minute. So just looking to build upon that performance and spoil the fun for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bonaire will definitely be the Bahamas' biggest fans. Hoyt down the captain, slow to get up in the midfield, and is helped up by his teammate, Olivier. Another look at this foul. Oh, just late and a little bit out of control there, Kemp. A long-range kick. And it's wide there. Keeper in net for the Bahamas, Rory Crick, and Kevin Phillips is in net for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Poked back. And just bobbled around the midfield. Ferguson for Bahamas. Powering forward. Ferguson, head on a swivel. On the wing. Was trying to get a cross off and he's muscled off the ball. But a foul was called by our assistant referee who had the best angle on it. And it will be a free kick for Bahamas. That call against Bowens. I just didn't get the ball on that attempted swipe. Oh, Davis stands and is ready here for Bahamas. An early free kick opportunity in the final third. Phillips gets ready in net off his right foot, headed towards the back post, didn't quite get there. Drops down, and it's won back by Bahamas. Russell, and possessing now. Off the turn, played wide, served up, header, yes! How about that? Bahamas with an opening goal. It's Ferguson. And this is exactly what they did yesterday against Dominica, scoring in the 4th minute. And it's a wonderful service, and then Ferguson just gets in behind the defense there. He slips past Bowens and heads it home.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Goal for Bahamas, scored by number 14, Darren Ferguson.
So Darren Ferguson is the first player not named Dirk Simmons to score in this tournament for Bahamas. And now it's about hanging on to this lead, something that they couldn't do yesterday, Bahamas. St. Vincent and the Grenadines just knocking at it, not totally cleared. Weaving through, passes through the middle, looking to transition, now St. Vincent. And it's cut off defensively. And it's Bahamas' ball. Lofted through the air. Last touch by Bowens. Off the throw. Looking to turn and fire. And it's just a light shot. Oh, full speed ahead, shuffling back. And off the bounce, Crick has it. Splitting two defenders. And a kit tug there. So straight away, a free kick on the way for St. Vincent. Now just gets a step here. Does Crookshank. Oh, St. Vincent already with some work to do. That Ferguson goal in the 4th minute. Olivier with his right foot on frame, but it hops wide. Another look at this, straight to goal. How is the keeper, Phillips? Plays it high. Stapleton rushing back defensively. And a throw for Bahamas. Davis has it poked away. On the swipe. Bordas on the swing. Served up, another header. Off the mark. Well, these services have been on point already in this game for Bahamas. Not even 10 minutes in. Another decent look. Skims off the head of a defender. And luckily for St. Vincent, rolls out. As Ferguson was looming, looking for goal number 2 for himself, for his team. Ferguson on the outswinger. No shot quite yet. Looking for the first one. Blocked down. Second chance denied as well. Saunders just couldn't get a clean look at net. And it will be St. Vincent in possession on that foul. Off the long ball, settled. Possession maintained, cutting through into the 18, looking for a shot. St. Vincent, no. And it's deflected and rejected by Bahamas. That was Mickey with the opportunity. Just couldn't quite corral it in. Trace Russell and company just not allowing that for the Bahamas. Looking to walk away from this tournament with a victory against St. Vincent. Crick. Off the shot, way too high for St. Vincent. Drops down in the center circle. And shaded out of play by St. Vincent. Ooh, it was actually touched, though, by St. Vincent. So Ferguson trying to catch the defense. Looking there. A little bit of confusion, but another throw in now in the final third for Bahamas. Off the scoop, Phillips punts it away. Gets a positive bounce for St. Vincent. Mickey. Hoyt. On the cross, right to Crick. Stapleton up the flank with the pass. Cut off. Knocks off the heel of a defender. Olivier. Nicky, if he can get there, tries to power through. And Crick on the pickup. York, who does have a goal, scored in the first game for St. Vincent. Scored in the second game for St. Vincent against Bonaire. Well, that game against Bonaire that St. Vincent played yesterday was a really exciting one in the second half. It was 1-0 heading into the break, and then 4 goals combined between the two countries in the final 35 minutes. York. Cruikshank. Olivier. Slides it through, intercepted. Taken by Bahamas. Wanting to counter. Don't really have numbers there and a heavy touch anyway. We're 15 minutes in. We've seen 1 goal. It was in the 4th minute. It was Ferguson for Bahamas. Played long. That's going to take us to the cooling break here in the first half. It's a humid day in Curacao. That's a Concacaf Boys U-15 championship. This is where it's all decided in Group H. So, as it stands, if this score holds exactly, then Bonaire moves forward to the semifinals from Group H because of that tiebreaker and goal difference. And you can see that the goal difference is pretty lopsided. Bonaire's is 5, and right now it's just 1 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we're very early in the game, but maybe this could be the dagger. This happened in the 4th minute. It's a wonderful service, and then Ferguson just gets a step. He got lost in the mix there by the defense for St. Vincent. He tallies, and they've got some cushion now, some room to work with in this game. And for Bahamas, a lead that they gave up against Dominica. So now need to lock in and ruin any plans of making it to the semifinals for St. Vincent. Ferguson hunting again. 2 defenders swarm. Davis on the throw. Lifted. Trying to break free. Mickey gets turned around. Stonewall defensively. Bahamas staying strong. Well, yes, Bahamas has that goal, but neither of these teams has had a plethora of opportunities to find the back of the net. It's been pretty back and forth through the midfield. Some speedy moments in transition, but nobody's really been able to get a powerful or clean look. Oh, that offside on Bahamas. Stepping up is Phillips, the keeper. Ready on this kick. Sending everyone forward for St. Vincent. Well, still has 15 minutes to go in this half to find the equalizer. Looking for the shot from distance. Denied. Tumbling down to the pitch. Barbour. That's tackled back by St. Vincent. The attack slowed. Held up. And pushed the other way by Watchorn, the captain. Ferguson, still the only goal we've seen in this game in the 4th minute. Ferguson. And keeps it here with Bahamas. Drops down into space in the 18, cleared in the nick of time there by St. Vincent. Bornas. And Mickey looks uncomfortable, holding his face. Crick. Looks like Mickey might have to get some medical attention. He's holding his ear and the side of his face. We're getting some water and walking off the pitch to seem like he'll be able to continue. Curls around on the cross. And Ferguson was there on the back post. Bahamas holding. Off the turn, Bornas. Watchorn. The other way for St. Vincent. On the counter. Back on the pitch is Mickey. Barbour. Aggressive on the pressure. Getting some help as well. Clean, says our center referee Alvarado. Off the service for St. Vincent. Didn't have the momentum. Still in a 6, turned around, and it looked like it hit a hand. Might have been an offside there too. Or Carlson York. Well, he must win the group to advance to the semifinals. Take place later this week. Here in Concacaf Boys U-15 Championship play. Bahamas already out of that. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines can decide their fate right here. They need to launch a comeback. At least need a point today. I'm sure would like 3. But a point separates them from Bonaire. And they'll represent and remain unbeaten in Group H. Well, Gideon Cole got stepped on there. 10 minutes to go in this first half. Cole on the throw-in. Played through the air. Cole. Oh, takes a tumble. It's actually Trace Russell, the center back. On the reset for Bahamas. Cycling it back. Phillips, no problem with it. It bumped off the head there of Saunders. Right back, though, with Bahamas. Saunders, pass the defense, shoots, and Phillips makes the stop. Another look at this. So this is a first shot from Saunders. He just gets that step, breezing past the defender. And this is corner number 2 for Bahamas in this game. Concacaf drops through. Ferguson, no. Bornas stretching for it. St. Vincent gets a piece of it. Track down, kept in. Well, a nice little move past. Couldn't keep it. Bahamas. Bornas. Up ahead, racing back defensively, Bahamas. Held up here for St. Vincent. Didn't have numbers on that attack. Nice leading pass, swerving through. And a shot, a decent one, considering how St. Vincent really had to reach for that one. And it was Hoyt and company creating here. This is Hoyt. And then Morgan puts his body on the line there, stretching for that one. All the way to Phillips, the keeper, crashing in. Almost made some noise there, Bahamas. Morgan gets tripped up. And Cole aggressive there. Return to Phillips. Just a couple minutes to go here in this first half between Bahamas and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ferguson. Was looking to carve through the defense there.
When we get it back, give the option. Yes, happy feet. Oh, happy feet. Oh. Happy feet. Oh.
Barbour. Bornas. Well, Ferguson in the 4th minute. That's where we sit. Bahamas in control of this game against St. Vincent. St. Vincent unbeaten in 2 games so far. Both 1-goal wins, though. Another long ball over the defense. These have been handled well by Russell and the rest of the defensive unit for Bahamas. From Russell. Bowens skies that one up here in Curacao. Bowens. Oh, Gideon Cole draws a foul.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Stop. Oh. Stop. Oh. Boy, catch that without you. Oh. Come back. Go back again. Russia! 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 Up in there, man! No, I come on. Go, look it now. You know.
Well, it's just a drop to Barbour off his left foot, immediately pushing it into the 18. Phillips grabs through the air with just a minute or so to go in this first half. Lot to talk about for St. Vincent to create some more chances and break down this Bahamas defense. Scored 3 goals yesterday against Bonaire, so certainly capable of finding the back of the net, and scored the majority of their goals in the second half. Looking for a final push with just a minute of stoppage time for either of these teams. Oh, one back by St. Vincent. Barbour. And that's going to take us to the end of the first half. St. Vincent and the Bahamas, 1-0 the score, and it's the Bahamas on top. Darren Ferguson scored in the 4th minute, and that's where we stand after 35 minutes of play. We'll take a break and come back with highlights on the other side. Concacaf U-15 Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first half has ended with the score Bahamas 1, St. Vincent 0.
Welcome back. We are just about ready to start the second half. St. Vincent and the Grenadines taking on the Bahamas. We played 35 minutes, and it's a 1-0. Bahamas in the lead so far. St. Vincent and the Grenadines heading into this game tied for the lead points-wise with Bonaire in this group. And so all they need is one more point to represent Group H and move on to the semifinals, but that's in jeopardy at the moment. Need a strong 35 minutes. Oh, yellow kits for Bahamas, blue kits for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Will be Bahamas to start out with the ball in the second half. Again, I'm Maura Sheridan. Thank you so much for joining me here today. An earlier game in which Bonaire defeated Dominica 4-1. Here in Curacao. Got some subs coming in for both of these teams. Drew Bannister will come in for Bahamas. Jerron Bowens will come in, and Malachi Pierre, both for St. Vincent. Jerron Bowens has 2 goals in this tournament, both in the second half. We'll see if he can make some magic. Desperately needed for St. Vincent and the Grenadines now that he enters, excuse me. Oh, Crick has to make a save there. Pushes it out of play. It results in a corner kick. Here's a look at this. Had a chance to kind of sneak in. Off the corner, St. Vincent would love an early strike as the wind picks up here in Curacao. See how that affects this game. Hoyt. Overshoots everybody. On the swing. Trying to get past the defense. Cut back and rejected.
For Bahamas, number 12, Martis Bonus, for number 10, Pedro Bannister. Substitution for St. Vincent, number 12, Jewel Cruikshank, for number 6, Malachi Pierre, number 16, Roshat Morgan, for number 14, Jerome Bowen.
Oh, falling there, Mickey. He didn't have any help, so he lays it behind him. Olivier looking for Mickey. Lifted to the midfield for Bahamas. And a foul against St. Vincent. From Russell. Through the air, redirected. He's going to stay with Bahamas on that foul. York disagrees. Watchorn on this free kick. Slides it through. Looking for a shot. Nothing there. It felt like Cooper had a chance to really square that one up. Instead, he just kind of poked it forward. Watchorn. Way up ahead for Bahamas. Trying to control. Weaving through. A shot from outside the box. And Phillips gets there, no problem. Using his feet, though. Off the heavy touch. Bannister, the sub. Friendly fire there. Well, a pair of subs getting ready to come in for Bahamas. So Dirk Simmons, who scored 2 goals in this tournament, leading scorer for Bahamas, now enters the game. Was wondering when we were going to see him. Ferguson, who has the goal today, exits. And then Seth Rahming comes in, and Colm Crick is out.
Substitution for Bahamas. Number 16, Colin Crick. For number 3, Seth Rahming.
Nice pass. Centered. Shot. And it took a knockout. Corner kick coming. St. Vincent still looking for the equalizer. Burbor. Well, Crick and Phillips haven't had to make a ton of saves in this game. We'll see if that changes as these teams, specifically St. Vincent, becomes more desperate to get a goal. Stapleton. Moves it through the middle. Bunched away. And then here's Russell. Looking for a pass up the flank. No. Simmons Gideon Cole. Watchorn. Timmons picking up speed. Has denied that opportunity. Timmons again. Off his left foot, shoots. Phillips has it. Had to die for it. And that's more like it if you're Bahamas. What a luxury to bring in your leading scorer off the bench with a lead as well. Nowhere to go. And finally some separation for St. Vincent. Pushed into space, Hoyt. On the wing, Barber keeps it in. Off his cross. And a corner kick. Cross intended for Mickey the 9 today for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And that 4th minute strike for Ferguson gave this Bahamas side the lead. We haven't seen a goal since. Hoyt drops down on the far post. And a heavy touch there off of Pierre. Second half sub, Malachi Pierre. Stapleton. Pouncing on it here. Bahamas. Saunders. Drawing out the defense wide. And he gets fouled. Looks like we're going to have a keeper change. Interesting. So St. Vincent brings in Sean Johnson. Phillips out. Kason Durant also comes in. It's a difficult position for a new keeper on this free kick from pretty close range. It's Simmons who stands over the ball. With his left foot straight to net and a diving save. Welcome to this game, Sean Johnson. He has to leap through the air. I hope he was fully warm. Now he is, I guess.
Minute 47.
Simmons on the in-swinger. That's pushed away, now looking to transition. St. Vincent slowed. Mickey. Bowens comes out, by the way, on that sub for Durant. All eyes were really on that keeper change. Saunders for Bahamas. Beat to it. And it's shaded out of play and a goal kick for Johnson. Stapleton, Simmons, Saunders, fires, and again another save. Sean Johnson coming up big. protecting this game for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Bahamas has had a couple of chances now to really solidify the lead. Another look, Saunders with a high shot and having to jump and punch over the bar. Sean Johnson. A corner kick for Simmons and the Bahamas. On the in-swinger, header down, and somehow does not go in. On the counter, St. Vincent. A return to Bahamas. Takes us to the cooling break in the second half. Ferguson's goal is, as it stands, a game winner in the 4th minute for Bahamas. Had a couple of opportunities as of late to add to their lead and get goal number 2. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, there's a lot to talk about here. They need to find the equalizer to move on to the semifinals. So it's a dire situation. Sometimes that can be that is a more difficult position to be in because Bahamas playing loose right now, knowing they can't win the group. That's a hot one in Curacao, 90+ degrees, humid. This is a final group stage game for both of these teams. Another change. Bahamas. Luka Bokas comes in. Out is Isaac Cooper for Bahamas. Live look at the standings within this group. Bonaire wins this group if this holds because of the goal difference. That's a tiebreaker. Concacaf Boys U-15 Championship. Simmons was hunting there. Johnson says no. On the quick rollout. Just looking for a speedy transition moment, and St. Vincent just can't find the legs. Saunders. Watchorn. A little shove there as Simmons goes down. Shoved by Kayson Durant. Jolted around, Watchorn hits that into a defender, a shot! And Crick just slides over. He protects that corner. Looking to build. St. Vincent just doesn't have anything going. Johnson. And it looks like this is going to be an indirect kick here. Let's see this again. Hold on. This is a pass back. And Johnson, who's new to this game, grabbed it with his hands from his own teammate. And so this is something you don't see too much. But an indirect kick in the box here for the Bahamas. St. Vincent can't catch a break in this game. And Simmons, we'll see what he can do here.
Drive it! Hey! Ethan, just drive it! Drive it!
It sounded like Davies, head coach for Bahamas, just told Ethan Watchorn to just drive it. So it looks like what will happen is Simmons will just touch this, and then Watchorn is the one that will race forward to take it. That's exactly what happens, and it's in! Goal number 2 for Bahamas! Watchorn, Saunders collaborate. We'll see this. Simmons with just a little touch because it's indirect. And then this basically serves as a cross, pass, cross. I don't know if it was an intended shot or not. But wide open is Saunders. He comes crashing in, and he finishes the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please.
And Bahamas feeling so good right now in this game. You just look at the numbers, the results so far in group play. You think Bahamas the big-time underdogs in that 5-1 loss to Bonaire. And you look at transitive property and you think could be a similar result against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who defeated Bonaire yesterday. Credit to Bahamas, they came to play unfazed, and now they're really looking to spoil this tournament for St. Vincent, who, again, if this stands and they're not able to score 2 goals and at least equalize here, it is Bonaire who moves on to the semifinals.
Go! 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 10 minutes! Oi!
Watchorn. Simmons. Well, just about 10 minutes to go. Bahamas up 2-0. Ferguson scored the first goal off a header in the 4th minute of this game for Bahamas. And then just a couple of minutes ago, off of an indirect kick in the box because of a pass back from Johnson, or to Johnson, the goalkeeper, from a defender. He grabbed it with his hands, which you cannot do. So an indirect kick in the box results in a goal for Saunders. And now it's a corner kick for Bahamas. Why not go for 3? Cole on the swing. Jumping for it, Crick. He covers. Going for goal. That's what St. Vincent has to do. But standing strong there, Trace Russell. Crick holds. York. I didn't have the energy there on the far post. And Bowens, 2 subs coming in for St. Vincent. We'll see if they can be game changers. Both very eager to finish out this game. Alexander Cummings. Deshaun Samuel. Mickey comes out. And Barbour comes out.
Number 11, number 17, and number 10, DJ Nicky, for number 7, Jay Sean, minute 63.
It's a dire time for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And they have not created much. At this point, just need to push everybody forward to try to get something going. Test Crick a little bit, who hasn't been asked to do too much in this game, the keeper for Bahamas. To Crick, has it squared. I'll have that handled the whole way, Rory Crick. 5 minutes to get 2 goals for St. Vincent. Ferguson and Saunders, the 2 goal scorers for Bahamas, are in last place, winless in this group, and they could knock out the projected winners heading into today. I think everybody would have thought that St. Vincent would be able to walk away with an easy victory and win this group. Not the case. Bocus gave it his best shot. Watchorn. Kemp. Bocus. Ends up passing that one right to St. Vincent. Well, St. Vincent going to push everybody forward. It looks like Johnson, the keeper, might even be the one to take this. From Johnson. Bobbled around, cleared. I think players wanted a handball from St. Vincent against a defender for Bahamas. We don't have VAR, but it was difficult to see. A yellow card given up to Gums. Just a frustration foul for St. Vincent. And Bahamas in no rush. Probably like to kill some clock if they can, or maybe get a 3rd goal. Simmons was on that far post, lingering. Through the middle. Looking to turn and fire, not enough separation. Russell gets a touch on that. And Samuel taken down. Off a free kick now for St. Vincent. Samuel will be the one to take it. Very limited time left. That comeback would have to start immediately for St. Vincent. Headed down by Watchern. The captain gets in front of it, and now Simmons charging forward, eating up some time if nothing else. Corner kick for St. Vincent. 2 minutes of stoppage time. So not a lot in the second half. Off the corner. Simmons trying to clear. Not out of the woods though. Back in the 18 off the ricochet. York played wide on the service and just off balance there, Samuel. Bahamas looking at another. Johnson sprinting to clear. And the keeper does so for St. Vincent.
Let's go to Tobias' feet. What? You got to be kidding me! You got to be Thank you.
Oh, Davies very frustrated, the coach for Bahamas. Didn't believe that was offside. I think we're going to see another card come out. There was a card given to Davies. Well, maybe not. Gonna get away with that one. Bahamas just being told to move back. But there's a final whistle. Bahamas with a big-time upset over St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 2-0 the final. And it means Bonaire wins this group and moves on to the semifinals. Bahamas winless going into this game. St. Vincent and the Grenadines had 1-2 straight. But a great way to end this group stage for Bahamas. A little bit of chaos. Concacaf U-15 Boys Championship. We'll wrap it up with highlights on the other side.
Match and wish you safe return home. Thank you.
Ay, dígame Lupi, ¿cuánto quiere volar por sí? Muy fuerte hasta por mí, tengo el loco por aquí. Ay, quédate pantalón, que el panteón ahorita te aquí. Yo sé que esto es Madrid, y te pena merece aquí. Ay, Lupi, Duri.
Let's take a look at the highlights from this one. Concacaf U-15 Championship. It's a final game of the group stage. St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Bahamas. St. Vincent and the Grenadines going into this match tied for first place, Bahamas in last place. 2 wins for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 0 wins, 2 losses for the Bahamas. But none of that matters when these 2 teams step on the pitch. Should be noted, St. Vincent and the Grenadines just needed 1 point to move on to the semifinals and surpass Bonaire to win this group. Just needed a draw. Couple of opportunities created early, and then this on a lovely service. Ferguson diving for the header. He heads it home, and that would make it 1-0 in the 4th minute for the Bahamas. He's the first player not named Dirk Simmons to score in this tournament for Bahamas. On the other side, St. Vincent and the Grenadines trying to make something happen, but couldn't create much against Rory Crick, the keeper for Bahamas. A collision there, down in some pain, Gideon Cole. Watchorn, Saunders for Bahamas. Makes the defender miss, gets a shot off. The keeper at that point was Kevin Phillips for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They would make a change in the second half in net. Bahamas through the air. Phillips watches it bounce. Able to grab and then clear. Bahamas, another creation. That's deflected out. That was kind of back and forth. Nothing too scary, but this in the second half, this is a pass from defender back to keeper, the new keeper, Sean Johnson. As a result, it's an indirect free kick in the box. And it's scored by Bahamas. And so Saunders on the back post converts. And that would make it 2-0, a lead and a win for Bahamas over St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It means Bonaire in Group H moves forward and moves on to the semifinals here in Concacaf U-15 Championship play. A hard-fought game for both of these teams, but Bahamas wins out over St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Well, that's going to do it from our entire crew. I'm Maura Sheridan saying so long from Curacao. Have a fantastic night, everyone.